Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here so early this morning. We are working on this session, which is called Corporations at the Bedside of the Social Ladder. Business is the savior of social mobility. We've got Jean-Pierre Farandou, Chairman and CEO of SNCF. Antoine Frérot is Chairman of Veolia. Dominique Lagaranderie, who's formerly a Bartonier of the Bar of Paris. We've got Benoît Bazin, Chairman and CEO of Saint-Gobain. Nicolas Namias. You will have an opportunity to ask your question once we've had some discussions. Unfortunately, the sound does not allow for an interpretation at this time. We're just correcting the technical issue. This is the interpreter. We do apologize. We've just got a slight technical issue on the sound, and which we're resolving now, and we'll be with you very soon. This is your interpreter speaking. Unfortunately, we have a problem with the sound in the interpretation booth, and we're not able to interpret at this point. The sound should be resolved very soon.
Assez. Là, 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 là.
Toujours pas de son. On n'a pas de son.
Non, on n'a pas de son, mais on a les bonnes configurations.
For such promotion, we need to move up step by step. And then we need to we go up to higher levels. So there are a lot less businesses working in this area, and we're facing all kinds of challenges. So internal promotion suggests that there needs to be a lot of work within the business, but at the same time, it contributes to a great deal of social cohesion. When a business can train its own leaders, its own managers, they are better recognized, and hope for other people within the business that they might manage to reach these higher levels adds to the commitment that people have to the business. Now, if we come back to the question of training, of course, in order to promote, you have to be able to train. I don't agree with Patrick that French schools have really deteriorated. This is not the right place to talk about this. It's a huge subject here. I don't think that level in France has really dropped, despite what's being said generally. But I'd need a lot of time in order to explain my perspective on this. But what I can see, and this is something that's not new, it's something that was already the case, our educational system doesn't suit everybody, and that's always been the case. And there's always been around 20% in each age group that are not really very comfortable in this training system with this quite abstract educational approach. And about 20% of students don't really manage to get on with this very well. And so this has always been the case. And they used to leave school without qualifications. Before, without qualifications, you could still get a job if you wanted to work. And then people would learn on the job. Now, if you don't have qualifications, you don't get any job. And that's the real issue. And this is where apprenticeship comes in. Because if the abstract French education system doesn't suit those people, a different system, such as work-linked training, where we have times in a workplace where we're being supervised, and then we have more theoretical lessons, and we go between those two things. And we can see that young people who didn't really enjoy the standard approach to school, we can see that they progress much better. This work-linked training system is one of the ways. There are other ways, of course. But for this percentage of the population of young people, it's really very effective. You know that in France, it was used very little in the past, but Recently, it's been developed. We have 700,000 young apprentices now. Actually, it's 1 million now. 1 million is what Patrick was saying. So, whereas it was 200,000 not very long ago. And yes, we could go into the figures around this. But in terms of these, the others who are not doing work link training, they are also working on internships, etc. So for businesses, this is really an excellent mode for recruitment, because if you can test young people, it makes it possible to see whether they're ready and then also to integrate them into the business. It's also provides a lot of training opportunities for young managers, because when these young managers come to places of management, because with Veolia we have lots of staff and lots of people in management positions, and we can see that these young managers are much better and much more relaxed in management when they've come in through apprenticeship. That's why in Veolia we have an approach where we use apprenticeship to recruit a lot. We have about 2,000 young people in apprenticeship every year. What was it, the day before yesterday, we're opening up our second campus of an ecological training school. We're opening up in Paris very soon. So businesses really do have a role in refocusing on making internships possible and using its employees to support young apprentices and for social mobility and for qualification and for these young people. Thank you very much, Antoine Frérot. Dominique de la Galanderie, I would be interested to hear from you as a lawyer. What should businesses do? What can they do? There are some restrictions on them. It can't do whatever it wants. It can't recruit anyone. It also really needs to be able to align with quotas. There's also male-female parity issue that needs to be focused on. So what ecosystem and in what environment can business work? Good morning, everybody. Actually, I would rather take it from a different approach, in that I think that, of course, we need to think about education within schools and high schools and higher education, but the role of businesses is set by the law, and therefore the whole role of social responsibility of businesses is covered by a series of legal texts which puts in place real restrictions and requirements for businesses who have to put in place training plans, plans for ensuring supervision, for ensuring there's professional equality, putting in place indexes. So there's going to be a new system that's going to come in place, the CSRD, which is a new measures that are being imposed on businesses. It's a CSRD directive, and this is becoming more and more sophisticated with international proposals that have been adopted by the largest corporations that are all represented here. And then in France, we make it into a legal text, and then we go out to the European level in order to develop competitive. Is this a good thing? Does this mean that businesses are not necessarily virtuous in their own right, or do you think actually this is too restrictive for them? Yes, this is restrictive for them, but they are effective. They're effective because they're well-equipped, because they've got different services working together. We've got a very cross-cutting activity here. There's the environment, social aspects all working together. HR and the financial branches are all working together. It means reorganizing businesses. It's also a new requirement of employees, because when I read about the introduction to this round table, it's also about the reaction of those who are most affected, i.e. those who are working. And so for what does promotion for that mean for them? Well, they will see salary, working conditions, but also meaning. It's also this question of meaning. I heard you saying earlier that we have internal promotion, and that we know that if we're at the SNCF, we know that we can have a career that has meaning for young people. They know they've got a future. However, social mobility involves a number of different levels, and when you are sort of halfway up, it's not sure that you're going to get to the top. So training, I won't go into details in terms of the legal text on training. It's very long, very boring, and really very complicated. Is it effective? Well, Mr. Frero just said, yes, it is effective. Yes, but Mr. Frero leads a big corporation. Yes. Is it adequately effective? Perhaps not, because what I was hearing yesterday in some of the round tables is that we really need to have a very individual approach, which is both varied and also really very delicate, very sensitive, so we adapt to the expectations of each person, of what they're able to do, and help them to choose the right training course. This is something that's really very difficult, and as you were saying earlier, the real challenge is this rivalry within categories. We still think in France in terms of professional categories. We can't break down these categories for a whole number of reasons. And here, businesses have a real ambition and a real obligation and a real approach to successfully moving this area forward. Bernard Bazin, I heard you agreeing about the reduction on charges. So I'd like to hear from you about that. Is it true that lightening up social charges on lower salaries don't slow down social mobility within businesses? Well, I might have my opinion. For me, yes. That's the case. I think we have the lowest gap between the lowest salary and the median salary in France in the OECD. There's a popularization of the civil service in France. So in the past, it used to be teachers earned 2.5 the salary of others, whereas now it's 1.5 times. Perhaps I could come back to another issue linked to the social mobility. Industrial jobs. Industrial jobs are already in place in the territories. We can see services working in different large metropolitan areas. Industrial jobs are there. It's them that can work through the territories, present our activity, and present the way of living together. Before we have social mobility, businesses are a place where we live together, we have inclusion and shared values around a common strategy. And it's a place where people are really at the center, because that's what helps us to succeed. Because occupational health and safety is something that's really important, for example. So in terms of inclusion policies, policies where we're including the gaps between male and female pay, I think we have in Saint-Gobain, we have 2,000 apprentices. We've got a whole number of them who've ended up on a whole number of management levels. We've got 2,000 sales outlets around France, and 80% of the managers here started as salespeople. So it is the middle class that is the foundation of our democracy. We've seen in the United States populism rise. It's because there's been a destruction of the middle classes in the US, and that's what the IRA law was about that Biden put in place, because he wanted to restore the middle classes. So I really think that social mobility works when we create a narrative. Yes, so we need to live together better, have better community, but all of this, these are necessary preconditions, but we also need to create a narrative, and we can do that through social dialogue. where people have a sense that they're being heard. So that means trade unions. It's also about sharing values. We want to also help all of our employees. We have 75% of our employees who have become shareholders in our business, and it's a way of including them in the success of our business, and it helps them in their career and also the development of their living standards. We also really need to listen to our employees. We do every year a satisfaction survey. We have 87% of our employees who listen to that across 75 countries. So that means that we're really listening to our staff, and we want to really include everyone in our success, because if we're not connected, if people aren't in the social mobility process, they're not going to be able to move forward. So what we want to do is making the world a better home. It's all about sustainable development, and so we decided to train 80% of our staff on the climate fresco, and we've trained over 50,000 workers. We have a night shift, and they stop 3 hours early, and they learn about the climate fresco. So they are drawn into the social narrative of the business. And so there's this collective narrative that businesses can develop. Thank you very much, Benoît Bézin. Nicolas Namias, you agree that we need to give meaning, we need to create a collective narrative, a positive narrative. You're a bank, you're the bank of the squirrel, which everybody knows, it's everywhere. Is that part of your job as the leader of a business? Yes, of course. I'd like to talk about social mobility through what we're doing in businesses, what we're doing with BPC and a number of different banks. But perhaps we could take another approach. If we think about social mobility within what we're doing within our business, we have 100,000 staff at BPCA. It's what we're doing for society and also for our customers, because this takes us back to the question of the narrative, because we can see that the key fundamental issue of social mobility is focused on a perception of the loss of control of life by everyone and by most people. We can see that all of these transitions, the environmental transition, technological transition, demographic transition, all of these transitions, they are incredible. They create amazing opportunities. But at the same time, we really need to listen to people. For most people, this transition gives people a sense of loss of control. So, and when there's a sense of loss of control, there is no longer any social mobility. So I'm really convinced that wherever we are, and that's what I really want for BPCE, our fundamental mission is to give everybody the power to act on their future, to give everyone the opportunity to face the future with confidence. That's our fundamental mission in terms of social mobility, and that includes what's being done internally, but it also includes what's been doing for society with our customers. The bank, because yes, I lead a bank. This is our fundamental mission. We're seeking to support everyone in developing their future. If there was no banks, the world would be totally static. Imagine how, without banks, a family would manage to buy a house. It would be impossible. It would simply be a question of inheritance. So without banks, what would businesses do? They would be limited to the capital put in place by the family of the business leader. It's just a case of reproduction. But banks make it possible for us to go beyond reproduction and help everyone, give everyone the opportunity to build their future. That's the first aspect of social mobility. Once we've said that, then we need to do this in a universal way with all of our customers, regardless of their living standards, together with all businesses, from the smallest to the largest business. We need to make it possible for everyone to build the future. That's the key for social mobility. That's why with BPCE, we have a 2030 vision. We have objectives for 2025, but we have a 2030 vision, and this vision sets out a number of different priorities. The first priority is accommodation and housing, because building your future and developing social mobility, that starts with housing. This is a real priority. That's why we want to be innovative in terms of funding housing. There's so many solutions. I could really talk about them. That's the first priority. But the second priority is about the competitiveness of territories. Why? Because if there is a concentration of wealth and activity in a limited area of a territory of a country and French territory, that immediately prevents social mobility in the regions and in territories. This is why the competitiveness between territories, through the competitiveness of SMEs and infrastructure across the territory, is once again the foundation stone of social mobility. That's one of our first commitments. Our staff, of course, are absolutely key, but before that, it's about what we do for society and for our customers. And then, of course, there are our 100,000 staff. There, of course, social mobility is about recruitment. We really need to be engaged in commitment. We recruit about 20,000 staff every year, 18,500 precisely. So, and 9,000 of them are permanent contracts every year. Antoine was talking about work-linked training. We recruit 4,000 work-linked training interns every year. That's a real commitment to recruitment. But before recruitment, there's internal promotion, which is really essential. We have the same figure, as has already been mentioned. 80% of supervision of managers comes from internal promotion. So this is internal development. But I really want to insist on the fact that we all have strong policies in terms of internal social promotion. We need to have those. That's the case for BPC. That's the case for everyone who's talked this morning. We're really aware of the importance of this. But I think that social mobility goes beyond our policy for recruitment and training. That's important. But first of all, social mobility is about giving everyone all around France the opportunity to act and to face the future with confidence. That's the key for social mobility.
Dominique de la Garandrie.
Dominique de la Garandrie, I think you wanted to pick on that, and then we'll come to your questions from the floor. If I may, I'd like to talk about what I'd call the social transition. What you've been talking about is genuinely a social transition. That is, our societies are changing and they're expressing their needs, as well as people are expressing their needs. And this also has to be factored in companies. That's why we're talking about integration, diversity, non-discrimination, gender balance, and decent wages. Decent salaries, that's true. That's something we've brushed upon recently. Now, you'll be given the opportunity to ask your questions. If you've any questions, we have roving mics. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ask the question in English, if it's okay.
Pas de problème. Je crois que tout le monde.
No problem.
Fernando Morales de la Cruz. I'm a journalist and I have investigated misery and child labor in supply chains. And I think it's extremely important. And when we talk about corporations, we also study the impact they have on their supply chains, because it's not only about the ascenseur social inside of the company, but also in their suppliers. And we can see misery in the supply chains of French companies, even in rural France. And this is absolutely unacceptable. So my request to all of you, perhaps for next year, is that we actually look at the negative impact of corporations in their supply chains. Just recently, there was a study published about the 2,000 largest corporations. They have $45 trillion in revenue. And most of them are actually having a negative impact in their supply chains. So this is something that is making the Sustainable Development Goals fail, and it will, in the end, also make a negative impact in France, in Europe, and in the clients of France and Europe internationally. Thank you.
Benoît Bazin, je crois, de Saint-Gobain.
Benoît Bazin from Saint-Gobain. So the question was the impact of companies on the supply chain. Negative impacts, but also positive impacts. We operate in 75 countries, and we have a country organization because what we're working with is the local supply chain. We produce in India for Indians. We have hundreds of young women that we train every single year in India without any education. We have 34 billion euro value added on the supply chain. We have 2 billion in credit lines for the crafts. So companies have this due diligence obligation, but we didn't wait for the law to tell us what to do and to behave correctly. And we're improving in the regions in France. What's true in terms of social mobility in France is valid as well in India, Brazil, Vietnam, and other countries. So, of course, we behave in the same way. What we want is to promote people, to hire them, to train them, and to respect our suppliers. We measure respect for our own staff, but also the temp work, the agency workers, and others as well. What you're saying is straight to the point. That is, companies have to pay attention to this, and this is what they're doing. All those who are present today, and we have very positive impact as well. As Nicolas was saying, in the regions with his clients, we're present locally, and we do lots of things locally. And thanks to this, our regions are up and running smoothly. Well, of course, we have to do a good job, as you said, and we have a very strong impact. When there's an industry job, that means 5 other jobs connected to this industry job. So this is what we do. We have to highlight in a positive way, and we have to do this throughout the world. Any more questions, please, from the audience? Oh, by the way, could you tell us who you are? Which is what the gentleman did before. It's always interesting to know who's who. Hello. I'm Zab Ben Satem, I'm 26. I'm a student in the town of Marseille in a business school. And I was at the Aide Sociale à l'Enfance, social support associations, to help young children. What really helped me is mentorship. I had a sponsor, you see, or mentor, who was working in a company, and he'd come once a week where I was, and I could have a little chat with him. We could go out, and someone off the beaten tracks. This really helped me. This was a very good support for me to start my studies. And so I have a question to ask you. There's the Taquet bill, a decree or executive order that was out in 2024 that says that mentorship should be organized for all those who have social support. So what about you? You're heads of large corps. So how are you going to help these youngsters that are going through massive difficulties? Thank you for asking. This is very much in keeping with what we were talking about before, that is, companies that are here for social mobility. No, that's a different type of question altogether, I'd say. This is another type of mobility in society, I'd say. I can tell you what we do at Veolia, and then the other companies might step in. Well, at Veolia, we have a series of support measures for our people, and amongst other things, we have something that's quite new, which is each person who works for Veolia can take a number of days off, working days off, so that they would focus on some type of support they want to give to associations or society at large. And the company pays them, of course, support given to the youth, but other types of social actions as well. As you know, our business at Veolia is the ecological transformation. So things like protecting the environment, associations that protect the environment. That's one example. And therefore, our people, apart from their job, can do something else. And within their professional or development, they can help others out. They can do this for a couple of days annually. And okay, Nicolas Namias, would you like to add something to this? We have a question here. I won't be long, but I'd like to build on that. Antoine has described what they do at Veolia, And I think we all have this type of commitment. We at BPC, we do this with the co-op banks and the savings bank. Now, I think you mentioned as well a new law, a legal obligation we have in France, and you did this as well, madam. You mentioned the new legal instruments that exist. No, that's all very nice, but frankly, we shouldn't wait for the law. That is, companies should act. We have this corporate social responsibility. It's our commitment. We don't need to wait for the law to change, either legal or the regulation. These commitments that we have in terms of social mobility, but more generally speaking, in the field of ESG, these are the ones that are not connected to the law. Otherwise, we would just abide by the law. I must insist on this. We're all very much aware of this. All this conversation that we're having this morning goes beyond the law. I must insist on this because given how complex the world is today, and in state-owned companies, I think that the large corporates have this role, which is not connected to governments. And I like taking this example. On a Monday morning, we never know what's going to happen during the week. What I know at BPC is that the 100,000 people we will be here for the 35 million clients we have. We'll give them the loans they need. Whatever happens on the Monday morning, we are not connected to the law in this case. We have our own company commitments. Now, as far as social mobility, and no, we'll take another question. Let me answer. Antoine, please, order. The law doesn't say much. It's corporate plans that have their plans in terms of social mobility. The law doesn't do much. Madam, please. We're going to take another question. Hello. I'm the CEO of a small limited company, 12 people, and 12 million in revenues. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for what you're doing as well, and the human touch that your companies have. I have a question, which is, don't you think we should think about mobility the other way around, or to have a shortened type of social mobility? Something that would be more easily reached. Because when I arrived, I saw there was a hotel not far away, and there were 3 splendid trucks there, or vehicles to bring people here. And I thought, well, what's the point? We have to be careful about the environment. Everybody's looking at your large companies because you're the leaders of the world, but couldn't we go a level down? Couldn't we do things more smoothly at a lower level? Because what we need to do is to be quite practical and think about the planet. But anyway, congratulations for what you're doing in and for society. Could we perhaps redesign things together at the different levels of social mobility? Well, Jean-Pierre Farandot, that's what we all want, madam. You're right. We have to have ideals. That's true. Let's be careful. We need to dream and have ideals. That is, living well together. There was a panel discussion on happiness, I think. This is what we want. That's true. We are large corporations. We have our own level of responsibility, but we're doing our best to see where we are. And that means there are different stakeholders. We have clients. We are a company, either state-owned or not. We produce services and goods. We need clients to buy them. Otherwise, it's the end of the story, and the end of the story for our own people, the clients and our employees, our staff. We are all responsible for our people, our employees, and the quality of people, and our HR policies are changing. We have both the group level, but the level of individuals. We care for our people and individuals and the regions where we are. We are deeply rooted in our regions. This is what we want. So what we try and do is do our best for people to be happy. And this is what I stand for. We have to dream as well and have ideals. Madam, what you're doing is really good with 12 employees. You're doing as well as we're doing. Right, Patrick, the final word, perhaps. Right. I think we've talked about many things. What about the SMEs? We didn't have anybody to represent SMEs, so we had someone who asked a question for the SMEs. Maybe they have a word to say. They have to help us. They could perhaps provide us with more solutions, or they pose a problem. Anyway, and deindustrialization is something which is awful, because then the middle class is doomed to disappear, is bound to disappear. If we don't want to have this polarization on the labor market, we need to refocus on industry. Thank you very much.
Heureusement qu'on n'a pas fait un deuxième tour de table. Impossible. Bon, c'était bien comme ça.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. For those who want to attend the panel discussion, can you just pop in? So, good morning to all of you. Welcome to this panel discussion about connectivity in Africa. The digital revolution has been going on for the past 10 years, transforming the whole continent. Nonetheless, there are lots of challenges to take up. First, I will introduce you to the different panelists of this panel discussion. Crystal Ederman, the General Manager of Orange. Then on Fatoumata Abba, the founder and general manager of Django Capital. And then on, we are delighted to welcome Jidikael Kemba from PAMI Partners and the general manager of Business France, Laurent Saint-Martin. Emmanuel Oriol will take stock of the situation of digitalization, connectivity in Africa. What is the situation like, and what about this digital revolution? Thanks a lot for being here. I'd like to thank the panelists. We are delighted to welcome people of higher quality. For those who are not familiar with this market in Africa, if you consider this market, it is the epicenter of the mobile phone revolution. This is one of the markets that has gained ground in terms of mobile phone penetration. Just to give you a figure, 6.2 people out of 100 who got a mobile phone. The figure now is 43%. So the market is growing fast, and it is one of the markets whereby people can get access to phone. They don't use fixed phones, but they are using mobile phones now. Regarding the internet, they can get access to the internet through their mobile phones. 25% of the population can get access to the internet. So, of course, this market has undergone lots of innovations. There's something that is quite pivotal. Financial innovation. In Africa, you have mobile banking services. So I think that you've benefited from those services, but these services were not developed in the rich countries, but rather in sub-Saharan Africa, in Kenya, with Safaricom and lots of innovations in terms of regulations. The African regulator from Kenya took the decision not to impose the prudential measures to the mobile operators. It's a bit dangerous because half of the GDP from Kenya goes through the mobile account. So if there's a crisis in the mobile phone industry, this could have a domino effect. So, for example, on market in India, there are some studies that have shown that the quality of fishing boats got better because people could exchange some information. So on this continent, it was a source of innovation, a source of progress as well. So we'll be listening to the different panelists with sheer interest because there's a paradox, lots of constraints, lack of electricity, lack of infrastructures, but mobile phones work well, and in sub-Saharan Africa, growth is higher with the business of mobile phones. So, Crystal Ederman, you are the boss of Orange. Everybody knows Orange in France and in Africa. Orange is one of the key mobile operators in Africa, on the African continent. So can you introduce yourself? What is at stake with this digital revolution for Orange? So we have secured a foothold in 18 countries, 7 billion in terms of revenues. So we are growing there because revenues in 2023 grew by than 10%. In Europe, the markets are stable, and for us, in Africa, we invest 1 billion in networks in Africa. And for us, Africa, this is an area where growth is possible because you have 500 million Africans who do not have a connection internet connection. So today, if you consider the number of people being connected to the internet, it is 500 million, and in 2030, 1 billion Africans will get a smartphone. So we can grow there. And Orange Money, it's an app that is widely used. In Africa, for example, the Africans are not necessarily using banking services to the full, but they are using mobile phones to pay. In villages, mobile phone services are being delivered before the supply of electricity. So in terms of percentage, what does it represent? A little bit less than 20% of revenues, but the figure is growing by 10% annually. And for Europe, this is a market that is not really growing in the telecommunications business. So the Africans are ahead of the Europeans in terms of the use of mobile phones. So you have Orange Money for financial transfers. So to what extent the digital revolution affects you? And how did you support this revolution? With mobile phones, you can do lots of things. If you go to China, it's the same pattern. You don't have a credit card. Everybody is using a mobile phone. But in some cases, it's a matter of financial inclusion through a mobile phone. We invest in inclusion through the Orange digital centers where we operate education, connectivity, and we're convinced about those dimensions. We are working with local academics, local universities, and with mobile phones, fishermen can exchange their opinions. And all businesses are being affected. We have microcredit solutions as well. In Africa, we launched a great app, a super app. Once you've got the payment building block, this is very often the missing building block for some players to develop themselves. So we have energy solutions by Orange in order to bring investors so that they can invest. You need to be paid by the consumers. So the mobile payment building block is key, is at the forefront of the development in the countries where we are. We test many things regarding energy, farming, agriculture, and we launched a super app because in the field of digital, there are lots of players and stakeholders. We'll be talking about lots of innovations, and through this application, in terms of content, in terms of entertainment, in terms of media, in terms of news, I think that the internet is key through mobile phones, and it is different to the internet system in the United States. The American tech giants, I mean, they are not really present in Africa. They invest in a few countries in Africa. We, Orange, we have lots of opportunities to tap using local ecosystems, of course. Thank you. Fatoumata Taba, can you introduce yourself? I mean, Django Capital, what it's all about. What is the #1 challenge that you need to take up? Good morning to all of you. So I'm an entrepreneur and investor. Have been investing for the past 15 years. We invested in Jumia. This is a unicorn. It is the first unicorn, and we are listed in the US, but I'm passionate about investments. So the company was listed in the US in 2019, and Jumia, this is the first e-commerce platform in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Senegal, Tunisia. In Egypt, there's Amazon, which took over Souk, so it's more competitive, but Jumia is #1 in all of the companies, or in all the countries. So Django Capital, I'm the manager of Django Capital. In 2030, there will be 5 billion Africans, 1.3 billion Africans. So we have to find massive and quick methods in order to educate, employ, feed all these inhabitants who will arrive. And for me, entrepreneurship is pivotal, because today we create 3 million jobs annually in Africa. We need to create between 20 or 30 million. The traditional public services want to be able to create those jobs. But there's an elephant in the room, the lack of access to investment. So 19% of the population in the world, and we represent between 1% and 2% of the amounts being raised in terms of venture capital. It's a drop in the ocean, and especially when you talk about mobile phone services. Mobile phone services it will enable you to get access to services, financial services, education, health for hundreds of millions of people. Crystal provided us with some staggering examples. So we need to get access to internet through mobile phones, and through a mobile phone you can pay your electricity bill. In Kenya you have Mkopa, this is a startup, and it's possible to get some pay-as-you-go mobile payments. You have a prepaid formulae in line with the low budget of African households. So what about your fund? Geared towards fledgling startups or well-established companies. So I will be talking about it. So why did we create that fund? I've talked about clients and final users. We have also SMEs. The SMEs, they play a key role regarding GDP, and they create lots of jobs, and we finance platforms that will help them digitalize themselves so that they can get access to the market. To get access to the working capital requirements is very difficult, to get funded. And we invested in a startup called Sabi in Nigeria. In less than 3 years, 250,000 SMEs, small groceries, and they can buy from big groups. They can buy products from Unilever, and then they can sell their products back to the groceries. So more than 1 billion worth of transactions in Kenya and South Africa. And the company is managed by a woman. That's quite important because, as you know, in Africa, we have the entrepreneurship level being the highest in the world, 26 or 27%, even though there's a deficit regarding female entrepreneurs. So it's a matter of economic development. McKinsey provided a survey, Women Matters, the power of parity. If we can curb a deficit, we can create an additional 10% in terms of GDP. $300 billion, 3 times the GDP of our countries. So you've said that there is not a lot of money being invested in Africa. There's another challenge, job creation. So regarding investment, you need to consider the perception of risk. 1.2 billion inhabitants, it's like India. So these are similar countries. You have more mobile phones in Africa, more internet surfers in Africa than in India. And the Indian ecosystem can raise 20 or 30 times more venture capital in Africa. So there's a kind of risk, and the default rate on infrastructure is the lowest, lower than Asia, Latin America, but the funding process is higher, so the perception of risk is pivotal. You've talked about infrastructure, something that you've highlighted. Of course, facilities are a problem, but there's a lack of funding because of the bad perception of risks. Of course, in some countries, you have devaluation patterns. In Nigeria and Egypt, it could be difficult for some startups. I mentioned a startup, Asabi, connecting the Nigerian groceries with the international companies such as FMCG, and they innovated, they created an export product. They can export shea butter, lithium, in order to fund the revolution of energy transition of developed countries. And in fact, they can be very resilient faced with the foreign exchange risk. So you have huge challenges, but these are opportunities for entrepreneurs, for the common good, for investors, and I'm part of these investors regarding investment as well. There's another challenge to take up. You need to consider the local players. There are some international players who don't invest enough. They invest at a late stage. So the risks have been removed. They've reached the scale process. If you have the starting the startups, and they can fail in the first 3 years. So when you want to invest having an impact, Y Combinator, this is the best incubator in the Silicon Valley. The success rate is 4%. Coming from the unicorns such as Airbnb, so you can get a financial profitability, financial return. So how many unicorns in Africa? 12 or so, only 12 or so. Okay, right, 12 or so unicorns, especially in financial services. So you have gets smarter. It was sold to you in the US. You have unicorns in logistics and health. You have Zipline, another unicorn that started its operations in Rwanda. It's a matter of funding. It's not a matter of talent. And if you consider the funding process, it is not equally distributed. So 80% of funding will be earmarked to 4 countries: Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya, and South Africa. And if you consider technology as a vehicle for development, in Tunisia, in Senegal, in Madagascar, it's important to invest in those countries and to go off the beaten tracks. And half of our portfolio is French oriented. So 8% of French startups managed to raise some money. Before it was 3%. Then you have to consider sectors. When you want to raise money for access to financial services, it's better to get capitals, especially if you want to raise money for education or health. When you raise money at the start of the journey, it's much more difficult. The private equity network is more mature, and you have some business angels that are not mature enough in order to cover the funding requirements. And then you have the gender challenge. When you're an entrepreneur, a female entrepreneur in fashion in Senegal, when you start up, good luck to you. That's why we have Django Capital.
Judicaël Okemba, vous êtes donc la présidente de...
You are Judicaël Okemba. You are the CEO of Palmy Partners. Good morning to all of you. I'm delighted to be with you. The weather is very nice, so it's great. So Palmy Partners, what's it all about? The holding is companies based in Switzerland, the country of finance. So I've been operating in this business sector for quite a long time. I come from Congo-Brazzaville. So we are launching a microfinance company. And we made a choice. We've decided to work with women, exclusively with women in the informal and formal sectors. So the formal sector, these are people who have the right documents, the right administrative documents, and they've got some guarantees. And for these women, most of the time they work on markets, and they don't want to move a step forward. They are reluctant to go to a bank and to raise their problems and issues. That's why we are currently launching this company in partnership with the Ministry of Women, the Ministry of Gender in Congo, so that women can be equipped with the tools to move away from poverty. So the major challenge is training, education. Yes, exactly. Education and training are key. The access to banking services is very low. People are afraid of embracing those structures, but it's a traditional approach. In Africa, we use a lot the language. So we want these people to buy into those new tools, and these tools are within reach for many people. And basically, having a mobile phone is not a luxurious product. You can get a mobile phone in order to reach out to students, for those who follow some training programs in Africa, abroad as well. So we've said digital revolution, and it is in progress. But in the field, is there a revolution? The digital divide, I mean, it's a reality. It will be compounded with AI. So 70% of Africans are in farming, are working in small SMEs. So is there a revolution or not? Yes, there is a revolution. The digital technologies, mobile phones are tools in order to beef up financial inclusion. During COVID, African populations did a good job. So we had some business women who went to China and Turkey in order to buy some products. But at the end of the day, they managed to use a tool that will mitigate the risks. Most of the time, these populations are using cash. So digital revolution is there for good. And with those tools, women can show their products. We in Africa, we are keen on creation. You have Nigerian creators, and we are using digital technologies, whatever the social layers, whatever the professional category. Thank you, Judy Kale. Big round of applause to her. Laurent Saint-Martin, now, you are the CEO of Business France. So you have to help French companies to develop themselves on the international front. What does Africa represent to you? Good morning to you. Business France. We can observe the economic trends through bilateral trade between France and the foreign countries. As you've said, we support export policies of French companies, and we have a key assignment to support foreign companies which invest in France. And when we talk about connected Africa, first of all, we need to observe the African tech companies that are emerging in Africa, and they will go to Europe, and we want to attract them to France. Regarding the relationship between France and Africa in terms of trade and investments, we need to take into account the number of African companies coming to Europe and coming to France with a lot of talent, and the Business France teams are helping those African tech companies. As Fatoumata said, funding is key. It's important to approach risk and to consider risks. So 1% of venture capital will be allotted to African startups. Of course, the trend is increasing, but the market share of the venture capital investment is really too low, especially if you consider the number of skilled people. So there's a gap that we need to plug. Training, this is a challenge that we shouldn't minimize. I mean, skills are pivotal. Digital skills are essential if you want to make a digital leap. And of course, we need to talk about facilities, digital facilities. I mean, this is the be-all and end-all of the success in Africa. And Business France is working hard with French and African companies in order to forge cooperation patterns. In April, we organized with Abidjan Infranum. This is a seminar on digital facilities. There were French companies and African corporations as well. But allow me to insist on a point. All the startups in Africa, they are using apps that are very useful to meet the needs of people, and these apps will be useful to other people. Of course, you have mobile banking services ruling the roost. You have Cumulus. This is a startup in the water business, and they have lots of apps. Moreover, at Business France, we supported a musical streaming company from Cameroon, like Deezer, and we helped this company to set foot in Lille. In Morocco, you have Abadoc. This is a remote medical consultation. In Botswana, you have Braston, and the farmers can better anticipate the problems of water and monsoons. So with these apps that are essential and substantial in African economies, you have lots of startups with a high potential, a swift potential to tap. But we need to go beyond some elements. We need to focus on venture capital, and we need to concentrate on facilities. And in fact, what is really important is to get some apps through the startups and through the entrepreneurship mindset. This is something that is in progress. And for the French companies eager to cooperate with African companies, there's the idea of co-investment. We want to get the projects together. Allow me to mention an example that is quite significant. A few months ago, upon the request of the French embassy in Senegal, we organized a mission, an assignment with French companies so that they can create a space agency in Senegal in order to launch the first satellites. So we worked with MEOS, a French company based in Toulouse, or Blue Water Intelligence. This is a company, a data company that is based in Toulouse. So this cooperation mission is something unheard of. So we've said that we've said that France is involved in African growth, but you have also technological disruptive patterns between French and African players and stakeholders. So I can tell you that you have very nice cooperation patterns between French and African companies.
Thank you very much. Yes, we can give a nice round of applause. We've got a very inclusive panel here with 4 women speakers and just 1 male speaker. Let's talk about Orange. There's issues around network quality. You said you've investing 1 billion per year. That's a lot. Where are you investing? How are you investing to ensure that this investment is perceptible? What's the challenge that you're meeting? Currently, most of our clients connect with 2G or 3G technologies, even though 90% of the territory in the 28 countries we're operating are covered by 4G. The main thing is not the cost of the infrastructure, but it's also the cost of the terminals, the handsets. So when you look at the most expensive handsets that you can buy in France, the most expensive are 1,000 euros. The average earnings, the average in France, people spend 15 euros per month in France, but generally in Africa, people spend less than 3 euros per month. In Madagascar, it's 1 euro per month. That's an economic reality, but the handsets are there, and you can have multi-SIM handsets. When you talk about handsets, you're talking about the phone, aren't you? Yes. We invest in the mobile network, the infrastructure, the capacity, and we're seeing that traffic per customer is continuing to increase. And of course, we're investing in interconnectivity infrastructure between countries. Just to give you an example, a few months ago, there was an undersea earthquake, and 4 undersea cables were cut off, and it cut off Ivory Coast and Liberia for 24 hours. We were then able to use land-based networks as a backup. We throttled the network in Senegal in order to ensure that Ivory Coast could stay connected. So we are investing in undersea cables off Africa because Africa is much less well connected to the World Wide Web than the USA, Europe, and China, for example. So we are investing heavily, but the last mile connections are important, but also renewable energy. We're increasingly installing autonomous sites which have batteries and solar panels. Most of our sites use generators, so power supply and the rollout of solar farms is really important. There are renewable energy plans in some countries, but our energy infrastructure is well behind the digital infrastructure, and that's an issue for us. And we're trying to use innovative solutions to use digital technologies to promote the rollout of energy infrastructure. Emmanuel Oriol. So what I wanted to say is that the success of digital technology in Africa is led by private sector businesses. Infrastructure is an issue in Africa. There's a lack of road networks, for example, because the national governments are struggling. There's not enough tax because of the informal sector of the economy. And this infrastructure development is demand-driven. People have mobile phones. They spend €3 per month, but that's a lot for them. And it's a substitute for the lack of roads and lots of things. So there's a lot of mobility in Africa, a lot of internal mobility. So there are remittances that can take place via digital technologies. It's a lot safer than carrying cash. I've got a question about financial inclusion. I was very struck by what's been said on this panel so far. Do you use credit scoring? That's one way that you can help people who don't have any collateral. I think credit scoring can give people some freedom. Could you just explain what credit scoring is? In the USA, it's very widespread, actually. You might be a Nobel Prize winner, but if you haven't got a credit score, you won't be able to access lending. It's a score that describes your reliability as a borrower. So that would enable immigrants, people who don't have any family or a house to get loans. If you regularly repay the loan that you've taken out, you'll get a good credit score and banks will lend more to you. Does that exist in Africa as well? Yes, it is. One of the challenges of credit scoring is the lack of data. We're talking about people working in an informal sector, people without banking facilities. It's very difficult to qualify risk levels, but technology provides a solution to this. I'm going to give you an example of this. You've got sales history over several months, and because you're an intermediary and you gather data about their transaction on the platform and you pay a commission, you also got information about cash connection. One of the key issues in Africa is collection and recovery. So this generates credit scoring data, and it enables data for the balance sheet of the startup and also from third parties. This is a model that I started using in Ivory Coast in 2014 because I wanted to create a fashion value chain. We were selling telephones, but there weren't many local people who were using our platform. I was saying there was lots of Africans selling fabrics and other products, and they weren't able to sell beyond the borders of their physical shop into other countries. When you work with fashion designers in Africa, there are lots of challenges. One is that they don't know where demand is. For women, the best category are dresses. For men, it's shirts. Then what are the best colors? Then the second challenge is if there are 100 orders, they can deliver quickly, but if there's 1,000 orders, then it's much trickier to deliver quickly and accurately. And then a third challenge is scaling up and getting the finance for that scale up. So I did this startup. I sometimes went without my salary for a few months in order to fund the working capital, and that's how we started Jumia Lending, which was the precursor of Jumia Pay. And when I was a general manager of the company, we had a partnership with Crunch, which is a funder for SMEs, and came with its balance sheet and used a credit scoring proxy on its lending platform. And that's what Sabi is doing with Sabi Pay solution. It's really fascinating because what was a real challenge at the start is becoming an asset, because in these countries they're able to fund a whole fintech sector, which is becoming as important as the retail activities. So this is an example of how we can turn challenges into solutions. Let me go back over to a couple of things. Let me just let people know in the room that you can ask questions. What I want to say is I'm not an economist, but I'm really fascinated with these subjects. The World Bank study said that there's a key connection between internet penetration and GDP. 10 points of internet access represented 4 points of GDP growth. That's a really important point, and that's why efforts on digitalization and digital infrastructure is very important. I was talking about India. When you compare the funding level, India is the most interesting example for us. When you look at Silicon Valley or Japan, South Korea, the economies are very different. But when you look at India, you can say it's a little bit more replicable. Technology used to be 1% of their GDP, but now it's 10%. Is there an African Valley like Silicon Valley? Yes, of course. Of course there is. Yes, it is. I've got a startup called Star News, which is on Orange's Maxim. Where is African Valley? Where is it? We've got 54, not just one. We've talked a lot about mobile payments, so when we talk about Silicon Valley and technology, everyone says, wow, Silicon Valley is Southeast Asia, Israel. But the mecca for mobile payments is Africa, Kenya, with M-Pesa. 5% of the GDP of Kenya goes through mobile payment solutions. So many Kenyans have access to M-Pesa. 93% of Kenyans use M-Pesa. There's 6 year in Figaro, there was a headline which said, thanks to Orange, thanks to Africa, Orange is developing. It's not exactly what I said, Christelle, but it's the best place for mobile payments. It's a world success story for mobile payments. So that's something. Orange Bank Europe was doing online banking, and we're currently shutting it down. But if there are people in the room here with Orange Bank, they'll have received a proposal from Hello Bank. But the mobile payments field is something that, yes, it did develop in Kenya, but in all of the countries you work in, the more there is a bank coverage in countries, the less it's used. But there are lots of countries where mobile payments are very important. Let me give you another example of reverse innovation. I've invested in a startup in Senegal called Fiti. It's fairly basic, using IoT solutions of mobile phones to enable you to track logistics and transport fleets. It started in Senegal. In 3 years, it's got into 10 African countries, and now it's going into France. It's its biggest market. It's working now with Stellantis, and it's something that is incredible, because we sometimes think that emerging countries like Africa need to fit the models of developing countries. But very often when we face challenges, I think that innovation often comes from thrifty approaches. Sometimes we have disruptive innovations to meet our own challenges that can then be exported around the world. Judicael Ankemba, we were talking earlier about the importance of the private sector compared to national governments. In the digital field, how things working? Are national governments leading the way? Obviously, it's difficult to talk in general terms, but can we give a bit of a snapshot of what governments are doing to support innovation in their administrations? Is there digitalization of public administration in Africa? Yes, that is increasingly the case, because governments are realizing that thanks to digital technology, they can collect taxes in a transparent manner, and so revenue can be collected via mobile phones. And the telecoms operators are generally the biggest taxpayers in their countries. Yes, in our economic zone, the CEMAC zone, could you just explain what CEMAC is? Sorry. The CEMAC is the monetary zone that covers 6 countries in Central Africa, and we use the CFA franc as a currency. The regulator has tried to hit mobile phone operators because there was a little bit of ambiguity between their role as telecoms company and the financial trafficking. So the regulator asked them to separate out some of their activities So some mobile phone operators have had to separate from other parts of their business, the parts that running the money transfer remittances business. I was involved in a major forum where I brought these two parties together. There were some significant differences of opinion, but these two sectors are very complementary. The funding is held in banks, but I think it's a very important thing for financial conclusion of the African populations. Let's go back to Christelle in a moment, but are there any questions? I just wanted to say that as a telecoms operator, we're used to being regulated. The mobile payments part of our activity is regulated. It's not the same type of regulation as the banking sector because it's not a bank, but there is regulation. So the payment entities are regulated in a different way, and it's not the same form of regulation as for the telecoms activity. In the CEMAC zone, unfortunately, there's a bit of a legal void, so we've made some recommendations to the ministries of finance who were together at the forum I was referring to and to the national directors of the African Central Bank because there's a legal gap in this area and things aren't very clear, particularly in our part of Central Africa. There's a question here at the back. Let's start with the gentleman. Would you introduce yourself? Say who you are. We'll take two questions at once, the gentleman and then the lady at the back. Jean-Pierre, I've been an ambassador in several African countries. Thank you very much for this panel. You've been very interesting and talked about lots of subjects. Two questions I'd like to ask. Is corruption an obstacle in your sectors? And then you've talked about lots of issues, and apart from customs issues, are customs authorities obstacle? We've talked about all sorts of aspects relating to taxation. Because you have small markets, are customs issues an issue? How do you manage that? Another question here from the lady at the back. Good morning. My name is Madame Partey. I worked with a humanitarian association called Solidarity Without Borders. We brought in sewing machines into some African countries. I've got an example for disabled women in Mali who we provided this equipment to ensure their independence. It's been difficult to carry that on in the context of war and conflict, and it goes back to some of the issues of borders. In exchange, they made things for babies in orphanages. And we got some examples of a kind of cycle like that on a small scale. In response to the question of corruption, I'd say it takes two to tango. There's always a corrupter and a briber and someone who takes the bribe. So our businesses can thrive in all the countries, even the most difficult ones. And I've come back from a trip to Nigeria, and the CEO of Vindel said to us at the same you said our German customers are more corrupt than those that we work with here in Nigeria. It's just an anecdote, but we shouldn't just talk about corruption all the time, because there are technocrats in the government, and if the businesses are blameless and the government are blameless, you don't have this bribery and corruption. French companies face this issue too, don't they? Yes. It's very right to say that corruption is not a specific thing in Africa. We've got offices around the world, and it's an issue in international trade in many locations. But the interesting thing with respect to this theme is that digital technology can get you round this issue. Perhaps not completely, but it does get you round custom issues and some corruption issues. So in the same way that we need a tax transparency in the fact that Orange collects taxes in many countries, there is an answer to corruption. Through technology, you can reduce and stop corruption. Let's give this lady an answer. There's a question about customs as well. As an e-commerce stakeholder, it's not been easier, but we can make make things work. But I've got some hope. There's the African Free Trade Zone, which is going to be introduced soon, and which will create the biggest single market in the world when it's completed, with 8 billion people. 8 billion in GDP, with more than 2 billion people in population. Has it entered into practice yet? No, it hasn't, but there's already some pilot schemes. Some major international corporations and African corporation have carried out a study as part of the World Economic Forum. There's some big success stories of cross-border trade between African countries and between Africa and the rest of the world. It's promising. It's not a final answer, but there are some promising signs. Who wants to respond to the person about the NGO network? I don't know if it's an answer for NGOs, but I can say that technology is a way of creating impact. When I was leading a network in Nigeria, we were spending so much money on internet marketing and we weren't connecting any more urban connected people. The key promise of e-commerce is price, comfort, and home delivery. I was thinking of my maternal grandmother who lived in a Medina in Senegal. I said to myself, she needs these products, but she can't access them with Google or Facebook because she's illiterate. I started a pilot program to equip young people, women or retired people who wanted an extra bit of income, to give them tablets and deliver things in their local area and take a commission. We started with 400 people and we ended up with 60,000 in a range of countries, and we doubled the average salary in Nigeria. I think NGOs are a good thing, but I believe in virtuous models. So social impact of business-ish. NGOs stop working when there are no more subsidies. So we need to work on models that are more sustainable. Emmanuel, are there any more questions from the floor? Emmanuel, we've got 5 minutes left. I've got a question about internet-based fraud. OECD study said that 20% of people fall victim to internet fraud, payment-based frauds. Senegal is a bit of an epicenter from there. There's routers based there, but a lot of people are victim of fraud in poor countries. I want to ask a question about financial education, financial literacy. Christelle, what's your answer? There are 2 points. There is an issue of online fraud, which is a world issue. It's a whole economic sector. It's like the mafia. It represents 1% of world GDP. It's a massive thing. And it's just as present in France as it is as in Africa. Financial literacy is a key issue. We have orange digital centres in all of our country. We've trained more than 1 million people across Africa. It's all about empowerment. We're training people to carry out certain jobs, but entrepreneurs will create their jobs in local ecosystems with universities, local business people, local businesses who have genuine needs, and they're discovering that with digital technology you can be based in Senegal and work for companies in Morocco or in Europe. So it's a real opportunity for economic development, and we're working very hard in this area. Another question, could you introduce yourself over there, and who do you want to ask a question to? And then another question over to the other side of the room. Good morning. My name is Yara Raiso. I've got a question for Fatima Tapa. According to a World Bank study, there are approximately $54 billion that have been sent from Europe and USA to Africa through the diaspora and their remittances. People want to invest in Africa from Europe and the USA, but people are struggling because we don't understand the ecosystem. We are a bit afraid of the risk because we know that if you lose money in Africa, you don't know who to turn to. Are you thinking about ways in which solutions could be created to enable us to support the African economy? Even if we don't live there, we want to invest in Africa. I manage a regulated fund, which is overseen by the regulators. But the thing you're saying is very important because there is incredible financial resource that can be sent to Africa. And I'm increasingly seeing what I refer to as club deals, groups of people like you who can be mini business angels. You can put as much on it as you want. And my suggestion is to get alongside a professional investor for a funding ride, because there's a technological, financial and regulatory analysis of the business, and that would make your investments less risky rather than just putting money in yourself and risk your savings, even if your motivation is very noble. So in France, the Public Investment Bank enables retail investments to join investment in Africa. It's very necessary for Africa, but it needs to be regulated to because the name suggests venture capital is risky. So there's lots of failure in the first 2-3 years. A question here. My name is Sophie Sidos. I'm president of the Export Advisors from France. Can our French companies be exported to Africa, and can we bring added value to Africa? The answer is very clearly yes, with two changes that are going on. We are seeing greater demand for co-investment and co-development rather than export. So export needs to be one building block of the bilateral relationships between France and African countries. And this applies both to French-speaking West Africa and other countries like Kenya and South Africa. All of these countries offer that potential. I just want to take this opportunity to say there's a big summit organized by Business France called Ambition Africa. It's going to be in November this year. Usually it's in October. And we talk about these issues. Year on year, we see that there is this collective desire to go in a direction of co-investment and co-development. And the second point about this is that we need to focus on economic sectors that have a real potential for the future. That's where the appetite is. Tech sectors, but also applications. We talked about agri-tech, ed-tech, educational technology. We've got an app called Verif Diploma, which has been working in Ivory Coast and other countries with university partners. Is a way of checking university qualifications for businesses, and we've put a partnership with Cameroonian and Ivorian universities. So just some figures to say that we're not going backwards in this area. In Business France, 400 businesses have received support in 2023 in the African continent, and that's 20% up on 2022. So let's not think that there is a withdrawal from certain sectors. There's a kind of pivoting movement, and where African entrepreneurs have a lot of talent is in tech areas, digital areas, and we need to keep on investing in that area. Is there a final question, or shall I give everyone a chance to wrap up? 10 seconds. Christelle, if we are back next year, will we say the same things? We will continue our work, and we will keep saying that we're rolling out 4G, 5G. We've improved it. We've got ever more customers on our Max Site application, and Orange surprises as well. Fatou, we need to invest Africa ever more urgently. We need to invest in women and entrepreneurs in Africa. Jutekael, digital technology is a major help in reducing the unemployment rate. We've got a young population in Africa. Young people are very adaptable. In my country, in Congo-Brazzaville, we've created specific training modules to train people in these new technological sectors, which will create tomorrow's jobs. Laurent Saint-Martin, let's jump our hurdles, all the regulatory barriers and all the issues which stopped cooperation between French and African businesses, and let's continue to meet the challenge of investment. We need more investment, more venture capital, and the key is digital infrastructure. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been a very exciting debate. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, c'était vraiment chouette. Hein.
Pasó esta invitación porque no podía venir, digamos, ¿no? Así que está ahí como vicepresidenta de...
Sim, muito bem.
Con una tarea bien importante ahora, en un momento clave para la región.
Bonjour.
So good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here for this panel discussion about South America, from Buenos Aires to Bogotá, an economically restless continent. I'm in charge of economic issues at West France magazine. We are going through an historic moment, says Mr. Aguillon, the professor at the Collège de France, but we are undergoing an historic moment because we are faced with common challenges: climate change, demographic transition. So between Europe and South America, there's a common history that is tragic. There are languages that are shared. We'll try to understand those challenges, and we'll be focusing on three issues: the free trade agreements, climate change, and the role of middle classes regarding the political stability in the different regimes. So Arantxa González Laya, so you are not a member of the Cercle, but you are a member of a Cercle. You are a former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Spain. Arantxa, go ahead. Thanks a lot, Patrice. Thank you for inviting me. Delighted to be here at X. If you consider the current world, there are two forces at play: interdependence, economic interdependence, finance, climate interdependence. But there are lots of geopolitical rivalries as well. And Europe and Latin America are torn apart. China on the one hand, the United States on the other hand. That's an interesting element. In order to better manage the risks of these geopolitical rivalries and the brutalization of the international economy, Europe should build on Latin America, and Latin America should rely more on Europe. We have some problems. We don't have a problem of European integration. In Latin America, there are some issues of political governance at a time when populist movements are gaining ground. But we need to rely on Latin America and vice versa, i.e. Latin America relying more on Europe. For us, Latin America, this is a huge opportunity regarding climate change. Given the ability of this region to absorb CO2, it's a great opportunity for the diversification of the value chain in order to curtail our excessive reliance on China. It's a great opportunity because Latin America has a lot of raw materials: lithium, copper, graphite. So all the elements that we need for energy transition and technological transition. And I think that we can come up with a new modus operandi whereby we can get access to raw materials, and Latin America can get more added value with those raw materials and commodities. If you consider the Latin American continent is key in terms of security in the world. So have a look at what happened with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So let's look at Latin America. I think that the EU and Latin America can cooperate because Latin America will reduce its dependence on China and the US. And the US has turned out to be politically unstable through trade, through investments, through funding. It's important to beef up productivity and to improve the ability of middle classes to benefit from globalization, to create human capital as well, and to reduce the informal sectors. And all together, we can work for an international order, an international system that could be reshaped, able to provide us with more stability at the international level. So that's it. Patrice, for me, thank you, Arantxa González Laya. So you have the United States and China, and how can we tap the opportunities between Latin America and Europe? Of course, it would be a good idea to get a snapshot of the economic situation of South America. Eduardo Carvalho, you represent the Inter-American Development Bank. So in 5 minutes' time, what about this continent that is quite diverse from a political viewpoint?
Much. Good morning, everybody. I apologize, I will speak in English, but my French is not good enough to make it through the 5 minutes, so I'll speak in English. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation. I will give an overview of what's going on in Latin America and the Caribbean region, more from the economic side, and what do we see as some of the key challenges for the region going forward. The first thing I want to say is that Latin America and the Caribbean has made a significant amount of progress in terms of macroeconomic stability. This is not the Latin America of the 1980s, with the debt crisis and the so-called lost decade. This is not the Latin America of the 1990s with the financial crisis and macroeconomic instability associated to those crises. We have made a significant amount of progress. Of course, there are exceptions. It's quite an heterogeneous region, but we have made progress in terms of stabilizing the economies. The problem is growth. The problem is that this is a region that it's not growing, and it's not growing in a context of very high levels of poverty and very high levels of income inequality, which are fueling discontent among the population. So first, let me provide you a little bit of the evidence. What do I mean by the region not growing? If we look not at the last few years, if we look at the last half a century, average GDP growth in Latin America was about 1.8% per year on average. Of course, this is an average over a long period of time. This is less than half the growth rate of, for example, emerging Asia, and it's even less than the growth rate of advanced economies, meaning that Latin America has not been able to catch up with advanced economies over this period of time and has significantly lagged the performance of other emerging regions. So what are some of the key reasons why the growth rate has been and remains so low, so slow for our region? The first element is what we economists call productivity growth. Okay, it sounds like a little bit of an obscure word, but slow productivity growth is about the misallocation of economic resources. Latin America and the Caribbean has not been able to allocate resources effectively in the economy. If you travel through Latin America, you will see a plethora of small businesses, most of them self-employed people that have sort of activities that are low productivity activities, and that's sort of a common landscape in the region. We do not see a large number of big productive firms that are growing. There are policies and there are restrictions on the ability of firms to grow over time, and that leads to a misallocation of resources because a lot of the capital and labor is employed in these low productivity activities. This has to do with a variety of factors, among them high effective tax rates on larger, more productive firms that stunt firm growth, a significant level of labor taxes that push firms to informal hirings, and frictions in credit markets that distort the efficient allocation of capital. A second problem related to misallocation of resources in the region has to do with informality. You know, almost 60% of the labor force in Latin America works in the informal sector. This is, this is a problem, and it's not just a problem for the poor workers. This is a problem that cuts across the income distribution. Yes, over 80% of the workers in the lowest this decile of the income distribution are informal, but over 40% of the workers from the highest income decile are also working in the informal sector in Latin America. And when you look at the data from the labor markets, a problematic feature that we observe in Latin America now is the resurgence of the informal sector or informality as the main driver of new growth, new job growth in Latin America. So there are several factors that explain this. First, high non-wage formal labor cost. Payroll taxes in Latin America on average are about 30% of wages. This discourages employers from hiring workers legally. Second, we have welfare programs that are available only for workers in the informal sector. These are programs that had very good intentions and were very effective in reducing poverty and inequality, but had the negative impact on labor informality, because if program beneficiaries accept...
Eduardo Cavallo, peut-être qu'on va revenir en...
Eduardo will be able, to talk about these questions. So can you conclude?
If informal workers accept a formal job, they lose this benefit. And the third element is human capital, the problem with the poor quality of education, and I'll get to that as we go into the questions. So let me stop here, and then we'll continue. Thank you.
Merci.
Thanks a lot, Eduardo. So, Maya Tepo, you are the Chief Executive Officer with CNP Assurance. So 60% of the workers are working in the informal sector. So what about the role of middle classes as a factor of political stability, a factor of growth through your business activities? You have 5 minutes. Thanks a lot. So good morning to all of you. So thanks a lot for inviting me. Regarding CNP Assurance, Latin America is a continent that is dear to our hearts. In Brazil, for example, we are the leading French company in terms of net income, and we are the third insurance company in Brazil. So we are working with the Caixa Econômica, the Federal Caixa Econômica, the third largest bank in Brazil, a public bank, and we've diversified our partnerships. We're working with Correios, the Brazilian postal services, and we signed an agreement this week with Banco de Brasilia. So we work with all those banks, and we can address all the layers of the population of the banks, have a very good insight into population patterns. They know very well the economy, and with our 14 million insurers, we can be in sync with the people's requirements and needs. The insurance business has a key role to play, a full-fledged role to play in order to help the middle classes faced with the many challenges the middle classes have to take up. We talked about the informal economy. It's an important point. Access to higher education, that's also a topic, and the environment. So on our side, we wondered how we could help and back the middle class, and what are the challenges, what is at stake. So if you consider Brazil, it's a diversified country. Growth was a reality, and economic growth was a reality at the expense of environmental challenges, and there are lots of inequalities in Brazil. In order to connect the world, to bridge the different types of world, we are convinced that the poorest people should be able to emancipate themselves, to reduce the gaps with the richest people. And we have a social bedrock with CNP Assurance. So what are the challenges that we need to take up? You need to consider the weight of the informal economy. It accounts for 40% of the economy. And at the end of the day, people in informal economy, they can't be protected from a social viewpoint. Inflation levels are high. In Argentina, inflation is quite high. In Brazil, inflation is nudging 10%, having an impact on real income. Third challenge, the lack of education, and it reduces the employability of the population. Beyond those complex dimensions from a macroeconomic viewpoint, how insurance can be a safety net for these populations. When you want to undertake, when you want to create growth, you need to take risks. And what does it mean? It means that you need to be hedged, to be protected. To illustrate what I'm saying, I will give you an example about family structures. They rely on a single source of income. When you have an accident, when you are ill, when you die, basically you can be immersed in precariousness. In Europe and in Latin America, there are some benefits that could be granted, but it's important to develop micro-insurance in order to cope with these two risks: access to quality care, and how we can protect our families should there be a death in your family. We've developed two types of offers with micro-insurance, very affordable from a financial viewpoint. These are products worth €2 a month, and access to those products for those people. Of course, people will be able to buy an insurance product in the traditional networks of banks, and these products can be bought in lottery points or in postal or post centers. Do you want to add something? Of course, there's a lot of energy in this continent, and the idea behind that is to help and back the people, and we can use the insurance products in order to make sure that the middle class can emerge. Thank you for these tangible solutions. Mariana Campos, you are representing Mexico Evalua. There's a new president who worked with the IPCC. Mexico is the first commercial partner, trade partner with the US. Lots of relocation, location processes. You have the floor to talk about that.
Well, I would like to start giving a little bit of context on Mexico. So Mexico opened its economy. We think it has been for a long time, but it's really recent, just at the end of the 80s and the early 90s. Before that, Mexico was a closed economy. And that happened with the NAFTA. The NAFTA was a very important transition to open our economy and to take advantage of globalization. The results of that is that Mexico increased tremendously, the exports of goods and services. And it also attracted international investment, foreign investment, direct investment. So our economy was in another level after NAFTA. However, the benefits of NAFTA were not equal for all regions and provinces in Mexico. And this is key to understand. If we divide and disaggregate all these benefits, what we see is that the states that were building chains of production with the US and related to NAFTA, they grew a lot more than the ones that were not related, that are basically located in the south of Mexico and of course have a lot more of informality. So we can say that of course we have different Mexicos. The Mexico that is very productive, that you have a formal economy, and the Mexico that is with a lot of informality and it's of course unproductive or less productive. So what we realize is that if you take the growth from 1984 to the year 2014, we saw that those states grew like 60%, while the states that were not related to NAFTA grew 2%. So they were basically stagnant, but of course with population growth. So one of the problems of this situation is that we need to improve how these benefits can go to other regions of Mexico and how we can deal with this informality. And there is a lot of policy issues that we need to solve in order to address those things. I would say also that even though NAFTA gave us a motor for our economy to grow, now we need a boost, definitely, because if you take into account Mexico's growth from the year 2000 to the year 2022, we are or in the level of Latin America or even below. So, for example, Peru was growing in that period more than 4% GDP, and Mexico was growing below 2%. So we still need to work on a boost, and we have now the UMCA treaty, and of course this amazing opportunity to grow with the nearshoring. The problem is that we don't have, we are facing limitations in the inputs that production need. First of all, the energy sector, I think, is one of the main issues in Mexico. First is that we have historically an underinvested sector that has been controlled by the government with monopolies on energy in the electricity side and in the oil side. So what we're facing right now is an increased demand that has no echo in the supply. So, and especially in the past 6 years, private investment has been stopped, and then the public investment can't actually grow. Actually, if we see the numbers, the public budget that invests in electricity was cut in generation of energy, in transmission of energy and distribution. But at the same time, as I was saying, the private investment is not flowing, and this is a political issue. We actually designed the institutional infrastructure to make it possible since 2014, but in 2018, with the current administration, these institutional infrastructure for letting the private investment flow into this sector was stopped. So now, of course, we are facing with this new president. What is she going to do? Is she going to continue to stop the private investment? Is she going to continue to stop the energy transition? Because also that was one of the problems we are facing with this new administration, the current administration. So we need to, of course, foster the supply for energy, and we have to offer lower prices in energy. We have to do the energy transition. Mexico has great capacity in the solar and wind energy supply. So those are the tracks that we need to go. We also face a problem with water, and this is also part of the underinvestment that we have been facing in water. And to tell you a number that it's really scary, 70% of our territory right now in March was experiencing severe drought, okay? And we also have problems with human capital. 54% of the demand for employment is not really satisfied because they don't find the personnel with the skills they need. So we need to improve policies in education in order to have a better coordination between the supply and the demand for employment. So there's human capital challenges, water challenges, and of course energy challenges. And I would end with this thing. One of the problems we are structurally facing since ever, one of my friends and colleagues says that we've been 200 years suffering this problem, is the fiscal policy. Mexico is very different from Latin America in the fiscal standpoint. Latin America collects around 23% of GDP, the national government. Mexico collects, including Social Security, 26%. 16%. So we are like 7 GDP points under. And this is because this kind of revenue that was not collected with taxes was compensated from oil revenues from the state company. But those revenues have been decreasing since 12 years ago, dramatically. I'm going to tell you that this year, 2024, was the first year that we have seen no money from the oil revenue coming to the public budget. So, and the governments don't want to face a fiscal reform. So some of our problems have to be with a low financial capacity to finance the public services. And of course, one question is, why do energy has to be a public service? It doesn't have to be. So we need to let private investment in a very wise form, because it's a huge political topic in Mexico, to come in the sectors. I'll stop there.
Mariana Campos, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mariana. And thank you for shedding light on the human capital, environmental capital. And of course, there's a staggering figure. So 70% of the Mexican territory faced with severe droughts. So we need to talk about South America. We'll be talking about Brazil, 250 million inhabitants. George Viana, you represent Apex Brazil. So can you take stock of the situation in Brazil? Brazil has changed quite a lot from Jair Bolsonaro to Lula. Lula is back. So what about Brazil? What is the situation like in Brazil?
Thank you very much. We're not hearing the microphone. We need to sort out the speaker's microphone. The Portuguese interpreter is not hearing the Brazilian speaker, unfortunately. Could we just give him a different microphone, perhaps? Because the microphones elsewhere on the stage were working. No, the problem is that we're not hearing it in the interpreting booth. So if you can switch microphones, that would be good. Our Portuguese interpreter is not hearing it. Okay, now we're getting it. That's all right. Okay, it's all good. I'm the chair of Apex Brazil, the Brazilian agency that promotes business and products from Brazil in France. It's a bit like Business of France. So my contribution here today will be to talk a bit about Brazil, but first of all to talk about the world. I think that global problems are more complex than we realize. So we are faced with a number of worldwide issues, and we're struggling to find solutions to some of the most basic problems: inequality, famine, water shortages. When I was a senator, I was part of a World Water Forum here in Marseille, and at the time 1 billion people didn't have access to water. There's famine around the world. There are conflicts that are recurring, and alongside this, we are faced with a demographic crisis with aging populations. And this is one of the most serious crises that we're facing, because it will make a real impact on the lives of families and on public budgets as well. There's an energy crisis. There's also a climate crisis, because all of these aspects represent a threat to life. I'm a forest engineer. I live in the Amazonian region. I'm a mayor of my town. I've also been a senator. And when I worked with Chico Mendes 30 years ago, we were already talking about issues in the world's tropical areas and the global production and consummation system, which was completely unsustainable. Even though this model has improved the lives of people in Europe and the United States, it is nonetheless a model which has not helped the majority of people living on our planet. It's become a big problem, because a major part of the climate crisis comes from these northern countries. We could also mention China and some other Asia countries. In South America, we're not responsible for the emissions, but we are hit by massive spending in order to pay for adaptation to climate change. Climate change is affecting South America, in particular Brazil. In tropical countries, extreme climate-related phenomena are going to become even more serious, and we're going to have to face up to this issue. I'm delighted to hear the level of debate here, and I would love to come back here again to take part again in the future and be part of a panel, because Brazil in the past had a terrible image in Europe and around the world. We had a government similar to what's happening in other parts of the world. In Europe, people are tired and have started telling themselves new stories on social media, and this is creating space for populist politicians who are coming to power. Our former president in Brazil was the worst member of parliament in 30 years. He was the worst MP, and he nonetheless managed to get a hold of presidential power. He doubled the rate of deforestation, and a large proportion of the population turned back to extreme poverty. But thanks to the vote of the Brazilian population, President Lula came back for a third term. This is something unprecedented in Brazil. No one previously had been elected president for 3 separate terms. He came back with strength and energy, and he wants to make Brazil a great example again. Brazil is a major food producer, slightly behind the European Union as a whole, but we're a major producer and major exporter of food products. We have high levels of biodiversity. 20% of the world's biodiversity is in Brazil. 12% of species, 20% of mineral ores, and we are a major reference in terms of sustainable energy. 85% of our energy mix is sustainable in Brazil. We will, in the future, hope to become a leader in green hydrogen and to export green hydrogen. Next year is the year of Franco-Brazilian relationships. And I'll come back to talk about the opportunities to invest in Brazil, because President Lula has created the world's largest social program with 400 million euros to attract investment in logistics, in food production, and there's going to be a new phase of industrialization in our country. There are a lot of opportunities, and I'm delighted to see that Brazil is now going to be a key actor again on the world stage. It's no longer going to be a problem, but will be part of the solution. I think it's very important, therefore, that France gets on board and stands alongside Brazil, because I think Brazil can play a significant role in combating the climate crisis. I don't know if I could just add one more thing. I would like to say that we are the largest economy in Latin America. The Mercosur organization has been founded, and we have been working for 20 years to try and sign a free trade agreement with the European Union. I know that France is rather opposed to this FTA, but we're close to a window of opportunity. We might be able to conclude this agreement without creating problems for the European Union, and that will be the biggest free trade agreement in the world, because the two regions represent 700 million people, and we will bring a very rich region, rich in raw materials, with a big consuming region, the EU. So President Euro will seek to make his most utmost efforts to ensure that this free trade agreement comes into force, and it will change the history of Latin America and Europe. Thank you very much for advocating so strongly in favor of free trade agreements. As you said, this free trade agreement with Mercosur countries is very controversial here in France. I'm going to turn back to Mariana Campos. You talked about the positive results of the NAFTA agreement. What could help us to get beyond the contradictory agreements about the Mercosur free trade agreement? What is the experience of NAFTA that could help us to understand it, to get to ratification, because the agreement has actually been signed?
Yes, I would first say that the problems are in Mexico more political than economical. It's not that we don't have economic issues, but we have the solutions for those issues. Eduardo was just saying before about how the benefits in Latin America have been very unequal, and that has fostered a lot of discontent. We cannot go forward without taking that into account, because that discontent has nurtured political movements that are favoring autocracy, that are debilitating our democracies. And so what we have to put in the center in Mexico is the social security. Social security is key. If we had before a good design, a universal inclusion of social security, I think our history would be very different, and the results of NAFTA would have been very different. In Mexico, for example, a doctor or an architect or a lawyer, that they have their own businesses. They are not forced, and nobody, since it doesn't have, those professionals do not have an employer, there's no one paying and supporting their social security registration. So that automatically produces informality and people that are going to grow old with no pension. So we have to fix that. Social security can't not go forward depending on the labor status. People need to contribute, and the governments need to contribute to people's pensions. The worst model, we can discuss pensions in another panel, but the worst model is nobody seeing that, nobody paying for that. Because what is happening is that people are reaching an old age, and now the government is providing those pensions from current expenses. And that is taking money from education and from health. We have not only the inequality among the different levels of income, we have inequality in the generations. We have been financing those pensions without a tax reform and taking out money from kids' projects and from kids, the investment in children and in youth. This is not good for the future. So Mexico has to address a tax reform and get rid of the unproductive public expenses. Some of them, for example, are subsidies to fueled energies that are actually regressive. So we have to take rid of that, and we have to build a good social security system. We have to do a very progressive tax reform, and of course taking into consideration all that we can achieve with private investment. We have to prioritize private investment through private and public partnerships, but that is a political issue that we have to overcome.
Merci Mariana Campos.
Thank you very much, Mariana Campos. I'm going to turn back to Eduardo Cavallo now. If we refer to Brazil, the world's farm, the world's meat producer, there's a lot of concern amongst French farmers. What could we say about the Mercosur Free Trade Agreement? How do you see this question? How could we find a solution and get beyond the current contradictions and controversies around the agreement?
Thank you very much for that question. Mercosur was a very useful tool to integrate the economies of the Southern Cone. Now it's facing a challenge. It's originally designed as a customs union, meaning that countries are supposed to have a common external tariff. But the problem is there are so many exemptions to that common external tariff that in reality Mercosur is working as a hybrid between a free trade area and a customs union, so it's not reaping the benefits, the full benefits of either. And one of the problems is that it's hard for the bloc as a bloc to negotiate free trade agreements outside the Mercosur area. So the Mercosur is debating itself how to navigate that situation and how to adjust to the new global realities. Let me take the opportunity to also address issues related to trade, but also other aspects that have to do with the outlook of Latin America, because my previous intervention, I discussed the problems, but there are also opportunities. The president of the IDB, Ilan Golfan, a fellow Brazilian here, he talks about Latin America being at an inflection point. And what he means by that is that Latin America is well positioned in the global economy to help the global economy address some of its most pressing challenges. Let's take the issue of climate change, which has come up here in this discussion. Latin America is home to the Amazon, which absorbs 25% of the carbon dioxide and is home to the largest biodiversity in the global economy. So Latin America can play a role in the global fight against climate change. Or the energy transition, for example. Latin America has the minerals, lithium, graphite, and others that are necessary for the global transition to happen. So we need to develop that in a context in which the region improves free trade and allows this potential to manifest itself. Thank you.
Sur cette question
With regards to this question of the Amazon region, the planet's lungs, if you like, how can we ensure that a long-term climate policy remains sustainable and aren't challenged every time there's a new election?
Dos 200 milhões de brasileiros que
That's a very good question. We have 200 million people who live in the Amazonian region. It's perhaps one of the richest regions on the planet in terms of resources, but there's a lot of poverty in the region as well. So the political decision that was taken at the presidential elections in Brazil is a fundamental choice that will enable us to face up to this risk. The previous government was negationist. During the COVID pandemic, nearly 1 million Brazilian people died of COVID. It's a governance that destroyed public policy. It had a scornful attitude towards indigenous people and increased the destruction of the Amazon. This drew the world's attention. Since the new recent presidential elections, Lula has come back with a social policy program, and the aim is to reduce illegal deforestation to zero in the Amazon region. We are seeking to integrate this region into Brazil's economy. Inflation is lower in Brazil than in Europe, and we're going to achieve roughly 3% growth. We have mineral wealth with various mineral ores such as lithium. In order to fuel the energy transition, we also have biofuels, and this could be something that would be useful for Europe and the rest of the world. Brazil is also a key stakeholder because we are currently chairing the G20, and we're going to host the COP30 conference in the Amazonian region next year. This all creates an environment based on the population's electoral choice, and this will help the world face up to the complex challenges that we are confronted with. There are challenges around digital connectivity and artificial intelligence. These issues also need to be taken into account. I want it to be very clear. The President Lula's government wants to create a broad middle class in Brazil. The subsequent government ended up creating extreme poverty. We need strong middle classes. We need to have public policies that will manage the demographic crisis. In Europe, you might end up losing about half of your population over the next few decades. In Africa, there's major demographic growth. There'll be 9 to 10 billion people on our planet in years to come. And a large proportion of this population will be in Africa. A large proportion of this population will be Muslim. We need to be tolerant. There is such diversity in our world. Arriving here, I have been delighted to see someone who was a hostess at this event, a black lady with a Muslim hijab, and we live in a diverse world, and the world needs to look to Europe and its model of diversity as a model. And I think the demographic crisis is an important. Thank you for your warm words about diversity. Before I hand back to you, Mario Tipo, on this issue about the middle classes and preserving its emergence, do you think that the situation is fairly positive in Brazil? Yes, I think everything we've seen over the last few years shows that the middle classes are emerging, but we need to be very careful about emerging inequalities, because Brazil is one of the most unequal countries in the world. So we need to be very aware of this point. I'd just like to go back to some of the environmental questions that have been raised. We've talked about drought in Mexico. There's also been a very dramatic flooding in the Rio Grande do Sul region this year. And I think it's really important that we all act with responsibility and to combat deforestation. All world stakeholders have a role to play, and alongside the Amazon Institute for Conservation, we're trying to ensure that the indigenous communities don't leave, because this is a thing that accelerates deforestations, and indigenous peoples are key in combating climate change. Thank you, Mario Tibor. It's great to see insurers who are getting committed to this struggle. There are about 5 minutes left for questions from the floor now. You're going to get a microphone coming to you, sir. So a short question, and let's have some short, brief answers to ensure a good debate.
La Cruz. I'm a journalist born in Guatemala, but I have been investigating misery and child labor in supply chains for more than 10 years. One very important issue that I would ask you to address, and maybe Jorge can speak about this, is the fact that today, every cup of coffee we have here contributes to misery and child labor in Latin America. Europe is the largest importer of coffee in the world, and Brazil cannot even export roasted coffee to Germany because there is a coffee tax of €2.19 per kilo. But worse than that, the whole trade system that Europe calls fair is extremely unfair from Latin America, and there's child labor in Chiapas in Mexico and even in other agricultural products. But I would like Mr. Jorge to comment on this. Thank you.
Yes, it is indeed a problem, a very important problem in Latin America. In Brazil, we don't have child labor anymore. When extreme poverty came back in our country, we actually saw child labor starting up again. So for every cup of coffee, every 4 cups of coffee that are drunk around the world, 1 cup comes from 1 cup comes from Brazil. $250 million, and a lot of the value chain goes to value goes to countries that don't grow the coffee. The situation is even worse with regard to cocoa. The biggest producer countries for cocoa are Ivory Coast and Ghana. We all love eating chocolate, and the producers in these countries earn very little of the money. Out of $100, the producers who grow the cocoa only get $1. All of the other people who earn money are the people who process the chocolate in North America, in Asia, and in Europe. We need to think about these issues to ensure that the world gets its produce from Latin America with ESG principles, proper governance and environmental principles. That's what we're trying to do in Brazil. Thank you very much. Any other questions? We've got perhaps 2 minutes left. Thank you very much. With high levels of economic growth, there's often, unfortunately, corruption. And I'd like to hear what solutions, what suggestions can be made in order to combat the plague of corruption, which is a real obstacle for economic growth in Latin America. Mariana Campos?
Front that we have to tackle, and we haven't been able to. Crime in Mexico is growing tremendously, and that has to be taken into consideration because crime actually taxes companies, businesses in Mexico, and this is an economic load, but of course a lot more than that. It's like a cancer to our economy. So right now we are not. We have a terrible, in my opinion, a terrible constitutional reform in Mexico. Our current regime is putting in the Congress a reform in order to elect judges through direct vote, all judges in Mexico, and that will disappear the professional career of judges. So that is just not the thing that we need right now, because judges should be, punishing crime and corruption. They don't have to be, their designation shouldn't be politicized because that would increase corruption. So what I'm trying to tell you with this is that I think we're going the other way. Instead of strengthening our institutions and the governance of the institutions and the plans for tackling corruption and crime, we are going the other way. We are going the other way, and I think it's an important risk to follow. I don't know if in more countries of Latin America, maybe yes, but in Mexico, definitely.
Bah, écoutez, je crois que ça...
Thank you. I'm afraid that's probably going to be the point where we have to wrap up. Thank you very much for listening to us. We've heard about the importance of the rule of law. We've heard about climate change, and without the rule of law, we can't do anything. So thank you very much to Arantxa González Laya. Thank you, Eduardo Cavallo. Thank you, Mario Tempo. Thank you, Mariana Campos, and Jorge Piana. Thank you for taking part in this round table. There would have been so much to say, but we've run out of time.
Good morning, good day. Please take seats, those who are seeking a seat, so we can start. Good morning, welcome. The title is Ecological Planification or Economic Mirage. Thank you for those who are watching us, watching us on Dominique Seux from Les Echos and France Inter. So we understand the Jean-Hervé Lorenzi's genius. Thank you. We understand the Jean-Hervé Lorenzi's genius. I think planning and mirage do not apply to political situation, even though we got a feeling that there is little planning and a lot of mirage. So I'd like to mention as well that we are aware of the fact that we are in an economic world because there are two plenary sessions at the same time. So we are based this on competition. So I want the applause here to be louder than the one next door. So, okay. So, okay, fine. Competition is pure and perfect. So, with my words, let me, the title, ecological planning and, economic mirage. Are we in the right direction? Are we going to hit the wall? Are we going to shoot ourselves in the foot while being the good boys? No, we got to go fast. But at the practical level, are we reaching the proper objectives, bearing in mind that there is consensus on risk, but there is no consensus as to the solutions? So questions for the automotive industry, housing, transport, aviation, the energy production. Well, is there a kind of a backlash? Is that rejection by the public opinion? Are they turning their back? So, no, very prestigious panel as usual. Patrice Jouffon, economist from the Cercle, and as teacher at Paris Dauphine, Estelle Braglianoff, #1 of water and waste of Veolia, Thierry Deo, who created Meridiam, leader in the funding of infrastructures in the world and in mid-domain, and Guillaume Faury, Airbus manager, of course, CEO of Airbus. Airbus, the business is good, but there are problems. There are problems in the supply chain, and of course Luc Rémont, who's almost 2 years now has been running the French Electricity Board, EDF. Welcome, and with no further ado, I give the floor to Patrice Jouffon, who will set the discussion. Thank you for. Thank you. There is a nice atmosphere in the room. So thanks to Jean-Hervé, genius. So ecological planning, economic mirage. I see a lot of expertise in the room. Let's start with a quiz. Who can tell us, just by raising a hand, just by a show of hand, what is the SGPE? Charles, raise your hand. PPE, right? SNBC. We got a public, okay, you're all knowledgeable, and you know that ecological planning is a clockwork mechanism, and we have to define for the building we go from 58 million tons in 2023 to 30 million in 2030, and for transport for 127 to 90 million. It's a clockwork mechanic. But what came out of the elections in a couple of weeks ago, or possibly tomorrow, and what should come out of the elections next fall does not go in that direction. So we could reformulate and say, okay, the question is not, planning, ecological planning, and political mirage. So, okay, well. So my conviction is that anyway, the backlash can be an episode, but is not a lasting option for two or three reasons, which will definitely deterministic and optimistic, and maybe by distorting reality. In Europe, at least, we're an old continent of emerging countries which burnt just about everything that could be burnt. In Europe, we import 90% of our oil and gas. 99% of the oil in France is imported, and 95% of gas. This, in 2022, this cost us 700 billion euro. You read the Court of Auditor report, 700 million in France, including for the tariff shield and so on and so forth. It's a one-shot gun, and you can't say in a world where basically energy tensions, have changed the geopolitics, and they're hostile to us. And so, second, this summer, okay, it's climate change is going to be reminded to us. If this morning you listen to the roundtable to which AXA's manager were attended, well, the space of what can be ensured is shrinking, except if we consider a strong policy and to make headways in a sort of a strong way. In France, 80% of the territory experiences the swelling and shrinking of clay, and 10 million households could be concerned. Third, reasons to move forward. If we look, with about 10 years behind us, the state of technology, or many technologies, at the time of the Paris Agreement, sun power, wind farms, biogas doesn't work for everything. Decarbonated hydrogen, we're running somewhat late, and well, anyway, de facto, we cannot uniformly, for all the carbon-free technology, the status quo is durable, is sustainable, because fossil energy is not sustainable. Anyway, a fifth, and then I'll turn to businesses. I think that your businesses, the one in the room, you will define the roadmaps as a function of public orientation and public funding. In the public funding, where it's not you're in ecosystem, we best in class and so on and so forth. So it's one of the elements of competition. Your collaborators, your employees, if you look at our survey in March, it said 85% of them, climate is a major topic. For 75%, it is for the state to act, but 69% it is for your businesses to act as well. And last element, which I think is most difficult to spell, but which, as an economist and taking historical depth, is essential. It so happens that some scenarios say, and especially the International Energy Agency ahead of us, but before 2030, there will be the inversion of the curve of the greenhouse gas emission, which never happened in peacetime or in health crisis. There was a collapse at the time of the COVID, or the fall of the Berlin Wall, the financial crisis at the end of the 2008. But we decoupled growth with less greenhouse gas emissions. So the IPCC says we should drop our emission by 45% in 2030. So we'll be at about 5%. But then it will still be a new world, because where we create wealth by burning less and less carbon, to make it short, well, this is a world which is different from the one we see. This amazing, we've seen this amazing growth for the last 2 centuries. So there was a subtitle, which is, consistency of businesses and consistency of politicians. So for business person, and they have long-term activities. Esther Braklianov. And we've did it by organization on the table. So remind us, what are the challenges for the waters industry When it comes to the environment, we know that pipes are somewhat a bit leaky. So how do you convince local authorities? How do you convince end consumers about the price and to invest and to change the situation? But first, do you see a sort of backlash, as we say, as to the environmental aspects with 10,000 of local managers you meet all over the world? Well, you see coherence with what has been said, because is ecology a mirage? Is it over? We didn't talk about it during the European elections or in the last few weeks, but yet, I'm absolutely convinced that there is a true need and demand from the population to act now and quickly, for two reasons. First reason is the one you mentioned. There are physical realities. You talked about water. One of the first impacts of climate change is water. Too much water, not enough water, not at the right place, not at the right time. So that's why we got drought and floods and so on and so forth. And populations all over the world understood that the topic of insurances in the US, 20% of the population in the US, which has a huge issue with insurance, they've been multiplied, the premiums have been multiplied by 4 or 5. Situation in France, there were large fires, drought, and so on and so forth. Leads me to my second point. What do people think about it, about population? I'm not talking about the political offering here. So what do population think? Well, they understood that. They got it, basically. We did a survey, global, 30,000 people in 26 countries. 2/3 of the world population has understood that the cost of lack of action would be higher than the cost of action today. For those who would like to oppose the end of the month and the end of the world, this is no longer the point. Today, solutions for the ecology, be it water, recycling, removing pollutant from all sorts of environments, atmospheric and others. Those are solutions for the ecology which protect our citizens, protects from an increase of price, so their purchasing power, their health. When we talk about pollutant in water, endocrine disruptors and so on and so forth, and they protect the territories and the wealth, the richness of the territories in France, the small cities, the villages, the rural zones, and the form of quality of life in these territories in France. So, is the political offer similar to what I'm saying now? A lot of antagonisms were fueled, like the end of the month, end of the world, or the end of all this would be the fault would be European Union. If we try the third way, which would be the solution, which would be in concrete, what can be done at a scale, what works? This is where businesses has a role to play, key role to play. And then once more, we're dealing with ecology, which protects health and purchasing power. What we see everywhere is that, in fact, our citizens want more, not less. So to put it differently, vote Biden or Trump in November, if that's in the ticket in November. What I've just said is exactly valid in France. So, no, not in France, in the US. This is a global survey. In France, we had the same question, the same answer. Citizens want ecology which protects their health and their purchasing power. So it works only if there are concrete results to be shown. In your domain, can you show an improvement of water quality? Okay, fair. But when it's very high and they say, to say the opinion, well, greenhouse gas emissions drop by 5% in France, it's nice. But it doesn't, it's not something that is clear in everyday life. But you can show results on health. When we talk about saving the planet, United Nations, the COPs, and so on, well, part of the population freaks out. But anyway, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about health, quality of life, the environment, and for me, for my children one day. And this is a concrete aspect. It should be at the scale of a regional zone. But purchasing power, concrete example, today the water bill in France is 1% of the household budget. If we do nothing, fair enough, it will increase. Because at one stage there will be extreme events, there will be crisis, and it costs a lot of money. today, with all the solutions that exist, we can make sure that in the coming years we'll remain at 1% of the household budget. But if we do nothing, it will be different. And people understood that it's not just me. You know, they say through these the barometer solutions, what are they? Well, you know, water savings at home, by paying attention to the fact that when you open the tap, it's 12 liters per minute that you spend. When you do when you got the water distribution network, let's try to avoid leakages, 1 liter out of 5, you know. But there are major differences between one zone or another, and we can use digital systems to identify the pipes rather than blindly replace the pipes. You know, recycling wastewater in coastal zones. So therefore, we can make sure we remain at 1% of the household budget. So last point on this first round, do you generalize the consumption-based tariffs? I mean, Montpellier was very talked about a couple of months ago. Now, do you push for that? Should we have a bit of imagination? Well, the question is somewhat different. First, it's not Veolia or competitors who set the tariffs. You know, it's a public decision. It's quite normal because it's a political aspect at the level of a city. Then some cities have organized different tariff system, but when you are in a city where there are major large building, high-rise building, and one water bill for the entire building, and then it is broken down into the into each inhabitant, or when you are in a small houses district. So it's for the mayor to understand what is most relevant for the city. What we do know is that to do 10% of water saving, well, we might mix solutions without changing the topography of the city, but thanks to the know-how that a company like Veolia can have. Thank you, Estelle. Give her a round of applause. So, Thierry Deo, Meridian, we know that public opinion, the go-no-go opinion is there. Now, do financial investors, financial environment, do they say go-no-go, stop, continue? Again, do we hit the brake pedal or not? Hello, hello, hello. Well, when it comes to investment transition, ecological transition is an opportunity, great opportunity. Fully agree with what Estelle just said, but it can be applied to many other domains, transport and other aspects of our economy. So the true problem of investors today, which is somewhat hidden because of the way we address the topic, what business models, it's not a mirage, to be able to finance this ecological transition today. Things function very well, some things, without it being public. For example, the electrical power, transport systems, where even with cars, you don't need public money to build a network of charging pods or stations. However, there are domains, water or others, where we need a participation, public participation. So economic models, some exist, some are sustainable already because the user can pay, and then there are business models which have to be made sustainable, and this has been this was made through political choices. Trump or Biden, I don't think the area will be challenged, and it is subsidized significantly. It subsidized the industry and its competitiveness in the US, that purely in transition domains. The green industry law, with other means, wants to do the same thing, and somehow, if we look at the European Green Deal, we'll see the way to support competitiveness and the business models for investment into ecological transition for investors and businesses, which are actually substantial. So these business models are possible and they're interesting for investors, and you have to do projection in the long term. We don't make a short-term money in transition, and we have to project ourselves in a space where indeed we face civil society, consumers who clearly face challenges because of stakes. And you know, when you look at the business model, well, it does not exist all by itself. It is influenced by public policies. So public policies have to remain coherent, provide visibility, and meet the expectation of civil society. And today, what we hear in the election is that was better before. So if you got public policies which change every second year on the end of a thermal, thermal engine cars, well, it's not going to work. So we have to be coherent. Once you set a trajectory and you say, well, there are solutions and we make choice, well, we have to accept the choice, but we have to explain them as well. And I believe that the transition today is experienced by all of those who voted in one way or the other, but in an extreme way, is seen as a punishment. We always ask, people have to make sacrifices, but the benefits they are not explained. It's without explaining that it is something to anticipate for the protection. It costs less than to do the adaptation. Adaptation, we don't know how to do it. We can barely finance it with business models, which where investors, private investors, can act. This discourse of public policy, which has stabilized the business model, well, it is the core of the reactor, and then it is the way we finance public participation that will make it possible to provide stability to the business models in France, regardless of the results tomorrow. We'll have to ask ourselves the question on how do we keep financing this ecological transition? What will be the budgetary equation to maintain it? Okay, the state, but what about the private investors? Are they still present or are they moving back? No, they're not moving back. They're not pulling back. It is still a great opportunity, and I think for investors. Anyway, we only invest in that anyway. So, but we need to send the signal. We don't change direction every day. So when we think about the signals, Patrick Pouyanné was there this morning, and I was asked the question: are you going to have a sort of will you be public in New York or elsewhere? He says, well, we are listed in New York or in Europe. And he said, well, I have to look at Anglo-Saxon investors because I'm not welcome in a country like France. There are rules of governance and others such that I don't feel much loved here. This is, do you say that, well, investment in ecological transition goes too far, and the European rules go too far, and the businesses are discouraged? I won't comment Patrick Pouyanné. You don't, but he has a specific issue. He is in the world before, and he wants to go into the world of after. So it's difficult to explain to investors that when we talk about funding the world of after and transition, there is no topic. So he has to explain his normal schizophrenia. But, you know, he is going through a transition. It's normal. So it's more difficult to explain to investors who believe in the transition than to ask them to finance Veolia. It's less complicated. It's not are they for or against the transition. Total is a very specific topic. I'm talking about the French and European authorities. Thank you, Thierry. Guillaume Faury. Basic question for you, Guillaume Faury. When we think about the automotive industry, energy, we see that demand has been regulated. There are incentives to consume less. The air industry is the only one when I'm a bit provocative, you know. So the air industry is the only one where there is no action on demand. You're going to change the planes, you change your planes, you improve them, but you don't act on demand. In 1990, 1 billion passengers. 2024, 5 billion. 20 years, 9 billion. Is it reasonable? Thank you. Dominique? Hello? Well, first, it's not true in this world. A law has been passed to prevent the use of planes for flights where there is a train or a train in less than 2.5 hours. So more punitive than that, it's difficult, you know. We impose solutions or objectives to industrialists and to the players in the transport industry. Factually, it's wrong, but we've seen other examples with, but anyway, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because indeed, since the end of Second World War, there is traffic doubled every 15 years, air traffic, and we're just at the beginning of air industry. We're at the beginning of the air industry because those transport means, which is the fastest in the world. It is also the safest, and it is highly democratic. People who are against planes say it's a rich man transport. Reality of air transport, especially low-cost airlines, is that they're being attacked by the public authorities or other players because their plane tickets are not expensive enough, and there is a lot of demand. So we're facing a situation where we have to acknowledge that we're just at the beginning of aviation. Well, if we achieve ecological transition and decarbonation, that's fine. But it might not be the case if we don't do that. But it's a magic transportation means. It is magic versus the protection of the environment, because it is the only transportation means which doesn't need long infrastructures on ground, because the infrastructure is 100% natural. It was given by the earth. It is the air. You need here. You know, all you need is an airport for departure and arrival, and then you just fly in the air, no infrastructure. So demand is huge, whereas we're just at the beginning of its history. And the question asked early on, and thank you for reformulating it, is as follows. We are quite a large number on Earth, and our life standard increases significantly for countries like developing countries. Well, you know, access is done to a lot of things, but people don't want to renounce what make it possible for them to live today or tomorrow. So for a company like ours, for Airbus, well, we want to decarbonate, of course, but the question is the economic viability and social acceptability. So we are really touching upon the rate at which we do it, the investment conditions to do it, and acceptability by the population versus the measures that will be imposed or not by politicians, and which in Europe are very punitive. For example, when there is a technology, US invest, Europe regulates, and China plan. So, well, we want to have a framework where we can invest with clarification. Our products call for long-term investment, and if we don't have a stable framework which is foreseeable, we cannot make the investment. So the investments are different in nature. Today, to do decarbonated aviation of tomorrow, two main leverage. First is to have planes that will consume less fuel. That is to do faster what we've been doing for decades. It is important to have in mind that we reduce the fuel consumption by 80% for kilometer passenger and plane, and 50% since the 70s. But we improve the planes at a rate that people don't understand. And today, a plane that we deliver per passenger with 80% filling rate is 2 liters per 100 kilometers per passenger. It's less than a car, which goes from Paris or Toulouse or Paris to Bordeaux, or, you know. So there are a lot of incoherence in what is said to the population, and people feel it. So we need to improve that, but it's not enough. Even if we do that, we still stabilize, reduce the absolute carbon emission. They've been stable at 2% despite the increase of air traffic. But tomorrow we have to be at 0 in 2050. This is the roadmap of the industry and state, the 197th state of the International Civil Aviation Organization, to be neutral carbon in 2050. Often we say it's 24% of carbon footprint. No, it's 2%. Of course, there is a non-carbon effect, but you know, there are a lot of uncertainties. But anyway, there is a lot of room for improvement. The most difficult thing is fuel consumption and carbon, and this is good.
So it's not enough. There's a convention of all stakeholders. The air companies want to buy aircraft that would consume less fuel because they're less expensive to operate. So there's an alignment between the economy and the protection of the environment. So it works well. What doesn't work is the ramping up of production and consumption of fuel, so-called decarbonated or carbon-free, the sustainable available fuel, the SAF. Why doesn't it work? It's not that the fuel doesn't exist, that we can't manufacture it. It's two things. First, it's costly. It's much more costly than what we have, because what we have to do altogether is that the energy and economic efficiency of fuel, of petrol, of gas, is exceptionally good. So decarbonating the world is accepting to leave something that is already economically viable, and from an industrial point of view as well, it's very efficient, to go to something that is more costly. And then we have to facilitate the transition to go towards a less competitive world by investing money for a carbon-free world. So it's a difficult world. We're all convinced that we should go into that direction. There's a different system with incentives in the US that is very good with IRA, which works very well. There's regulations in Europe and China, which is planning, and then other stakeholders such as Great Britain, UK, and also electrolyzers as well. Well, the price at which we could have this SAF would depend on many things. Anyway, to go back to SAF, to this viable fuel, it's more expensive. And if it's carbon-free, it's economically less performing. So there's no way. There's no alignment between the protection of the environment and the economic viability. So what they do is that it's better to wait for the others to move forward. The less they will actually consume the fuel, the more they will be competitive. If you have a modern aircraft, you're more competitive. They will all fight to have a modern aircraft. Our book actually is full. But if they want to reinforce or to have a policy that is so strong that they accept to pay more to go towards that direction, and here, this is where the rubber hits the road in terms of social acceptability. That means that what if the individuals, would they agree to pay a higher price for their ticket for an air company that will use SAF? There was actually a lot of air companies that tried it out. Between 40 and 50% say, yes, I'm ready to pay more to have a greener aircraft. But if they put online systems to buy a more expensive ticket, well, the take rate, the number of people buying these tickets is less than 1%. Lufthansa Group has done the experience, as they have done the experience, and they don't go for it. There's no... So they want to continue to fly, and they want to fly more and more. When we look at the world, it's an easy way to go from one place to another. People want to fly. They want to fly carbon-free, but they do not have the will to pay more for it. And what about the international acceptance for all the air companies to have a private tax for this, to fund this carbon-free fuel is excluded? That's a good question, because if it increases for everyone or decreases for everyone, air companies continue to work and make people fly. There was one point where the oil price was very high and everybody continued to work. It's not the matter of the fuel, it's a matter of relative competitiveness. And if the air companies are ready to go hand in hand altogether, and unfortunately it's not the case, the countries have taken a standing attitudes and positions that are so different that we are still at the level playing field problem. So the problem we're facing is not aircraft, it's fuel. At which speed are we going to ramp up with these carbon-free fuels? The solution works. There's actually a wide range of solutions that is available, and it will work even better in the future. But we need to find solutions where the whole industry will go towards that direction in a consistent manner, and to have world policies that are aligned when the blocs and countries are essentially in competition, and they're not. There's no coordination between them, no cooperation between them. We've talked about this wavelength, this flag scarf, as we say in Swedish. It was inaccurate, actually. It was a minority. Were you afraid at the time? We were first surprised by this beginning of fire that would disseminate this way. But we weren't afraid. It was also a shock for politicians because they saw that they had to take the bull by the horns. And they didn't think that it would take such a scope. I used it personally. It didn't frighten me, because the demand for the products is much superior to the capacity to supply, and it's actually a marginal problem when we compare it with the situation in the world. When we see that the movement is transforming into a no flight towards maybe we have to fly, but you have to do the job, we have to go carbon-free and quickly, and that's our job. Thank you.
Oui, ça marche, pardon.
Oh, well, it doesn't work. Luc Raymond. Airbus is putting on the market an aircraft every second day, and you're having a reactor every 25 years. So that shows how much you're in the long term and planning. So I have two questions for you. First one is, in 2 years ago, we thought that we didn't have enough electricity. Now we have too much. This is our impression. How should we act? How can we be in a world where forecasts are difficult? And second thing, we all want to be convinced by the fact that the business model of OPRD is respected and credible. Please convince us. Thank you, Dominique. And I haven't asked any questions on the rest, right? It will come. Hello, everyone. I will start by talking about electricity because you urged me to answer that question. Last year, at the same time of the year, we were in a full crisis, in full energy crisis that would translate into the consequences of invasion in Ukraine, and we had to face an industrial problem relating to nuclear energy. We have overcome all this in 1 year. And the consequence is that the prices were very high. Today, when we talk or look at the price forward for 1 year, for group prices, it's divided by 2 as compared to last year for the same period of time. What does it reflect? That means that we have all the electricity we need for now and for the years to come. So we're back to a normal situation where we continue to work to make sure that we have even more electricity that is available for our citizens to be able to make the right choice, a reasonable choice, as to their use and consumption in the years to come, with some leeway that is actually quite significant, because our export rate on a daily basis is between 12 and 14 gigawatts per hour, which means that we have production facilities in France that saturate the French demand and is able to respond to the needs of our neighboring countries. So mid-term, that could have an impact on the electricity price that would be stabilized, and that would reflect the economy of electricity. And with a long-term trade that offers conditions that would give stability and feasibility for the client, the professional customers. Thousands have signed contracts up to Horizon 2029. That gives actually the confidence to make the right choice in terms of electricity. That's a prevailing factor to get out of a crisis and to have a long-term vision in this sector, which is necessary to help facilitate decarbonization and to also assist customers in that field. As to your other question on 1 reactor every 25 years, I think that if Guillaume could manufacture 1 aircraft every 25 years, he would have a few problems. But since for 25 years, it's not as if the electrical demand had increased in France. We are at the same level as 25 years ago, but we have added renewable energy production. So we've built one reactor because that was what was asked from us. If all the industrialists and all the companies being here tell me, now, we want to make that choice for electricity, please give us the physical means to have the electricity that we need for 10, 15, 20 years, we would build it, and Thierry would fund it, right? We'll finance it. Yes. So what you're talking about, you're asking the individual customers to change their use, their consumption habits. Yes, but it won't work. But those that will choose to opt for electrification, we will help them to facilitate the transition towards a competitive use. We've talked about planning. It is possible from the supply. From the supply side, we would say, okay, how much I would invest for next year. And this is where your question is a good one. What characterizes our trade is that we do 40-year planning because the change of uses and the completion time for networks and grids requires a long-term planning. This is why we need to take risks with this timeline. And this is why we require public policy for this. But not everything can depend on planning. The most important thing depends on the customers. That means the customers should actually buy electric cars, and they should do it more faster. No, well, we have to convince them. In any kind of industry, we have to convince our customers that what you would offer them is a good thing and it's in their best interest. Energy should make no exception, should not stand out from this. In any industry, if you close your customer in a regulated field and say, you have to do that, you have no choice, then the customers will not be happy. This is not the way we should proceed to have decarbonation. And worldwide, I help a lot of customers, private individuals, to go towards decarbonation. And I can tell you public policy is one part of the answer. But if we only rely on that, then we won't make it. So we would make it only if we help the customers and give them solutions. That's a basket of solutions. For example, a tertiary modern building. I'm giving you this example. A tertiary building, it would spend 150 kilowatt hours and 1/3 of gas and 2/3 of electricity. Now it's 60 kilowatts per square meters in a year, and it costs less to build, and it's 100% with electricity. And this is because we have options. We can do it, and we can do it also some retrofitting of old buildings and manage to deliver on that promise as well. This is why we try to help customers, and that's the first strategic direction and focus of EDF before production. So you can do air conditioning, you can have air conditioners everywhere. Well, and we would be 100% carbon free, so don't hesitate. So, Flamanville. A question on Flamanville. What about diversion? When do we have diversions? That's imminent, dear Dominique. Let's be more precise, because we've had some press releases. I don't know if we've had some glitches, but we had a few uncertainties on Flamanville and things to review. When will we have divergence? It's not before tomorrow night, right? Is it going to be next week? How about the connection to the grid? How are we going to have electricity supply? When? Because this will be a significant event, undoubtedly. We have teams working day and night. And I hope and I want them to work peacefully, because this is a complex technical structure. And we need to let them work so that divergence takes place as quickly as possible. Anyway, when I say it's imminent, it's a matter of days or weeks. Thank you to him. Thank you to all of you. So now we'll give you the floor. 5 minutes of Q&A, so that if there are 2 or 3 questions, that's good. So you have, including Patrice as well, you have talked about the difference between the US and Europe. So I'm going to play the devil's advocate here and say, okay, we always name and shame and blame Europe because there's no incentives, there's not enough investment in the private sector. But Europe has lowered its emissions, whereas in the US it's stable. So should we be as tough as we tend to be right now on Europe? Estelle, what do you think? Well, let's talk about kudos points and drawbacks. Europe has a lot of good things, but it's a matter of pace. Where the US is good, it's a matter of pace. And competition is all a matter of rhythm, of pace. It's not only setting up goals, but it's also fulfillment speed. We need to be quick in implementing those projects, and the public needs to see whether they see the effects of that and that goal. I'm going to give you an example. The Green Deal. It was launched 4 years ago. 60% of the money hasn't been spent yet. So you can imagine that the citizens haven't seen anything concrete yet, anything tangible yet. In the US, the IRA was launched 2 years ago, and everything has been spent. So it was less ambitious. And instead of wondering whether there was enough money or not enough money and how should we make sure that there's more billions invested here and there, the quality of execution, of implementation in terms of pace is a subject that is important. And French people, European people should work on that. And not only on ambitions, so the delivery, the quality of delivery and the pace, that's important. That would be my strong suggestion. Guillaume, Jean-Luc, would you like to answer? I agree with Estelle's analysis. We have to deliver. There's not that many regulations in Europe, but we should align regulations, money, execution all at once. We shouldn't regulate for 3 years and then decide the Green Deal for 4 years and then require 10 years for the rolling out phase. We are in an investment cycle that is too long. But it's always the problem with Europe, because we have some anxiety versus the Green Deal. The Green Deal is having difficulties because there's a lot of red tape and a lot of obsessions in terms of competition. The European Commission, well, we're still having a competitive model, right? Yes, the general direction of competitiveness tends to block everything, like for the green industry law. That was the case in France. We still have always have this hurdle, this obsession in France, because in the US, for instance, they think that competition is very important, but they spend billions without really thinking twice about it. Alors, a few words at Airbus. We are a European company. It relies on cooperation between European countries and industries. And the first thing that I would like to say is that when we manage to create in Europe this scaling up effect, the critical side, well, we manage to be just as competitive as the US or China. But when we remain fragmented in our industry sector, where we need a lot of investment, a lot of technology, with not a lot of products that are delivered, if we wouldn't reach that critical threshold. We are a world leader for 5 years. We've done it with helicopters, where we are actually a world leader. We did it with Ariane as well, and then we lost ourselves in a lot of administrative problems, and we made mistakes when there was technological transitions to make. My opinion is that defense is what is most critical nowadays. We are lagging behind now because of that. If we have equal means, we could do just as much, if not better. But we have this fragmentation, unfortunately. So first, Europe, we need to work hand in hand together, not having just a level playing field that is the same for everyone. But we should be proud of our values, but the execution has a real problem. And about regulation, it is a problem for us, but also for many others, because there's an over-regulation, this craziness where we're ramping up our regulations and we can't play anymore, and that's a huge hurdle today. We need to have a regulatory framework for Airbus. We need that, obviously, but we spend so much time because we have to overcome regulatory hurdles. Individually, they have a raison d'être, but it makes us slow down too much. Thank you. Before giving the floor to Luc, do we have any questions? We have 2 questions. All right, Luc, and just briefly. We also present in the US. It's an electric market that is much different from ours. I don't think that the American solution would be the silver bullet, even with the IRA. We have common diseases, but also differences. We are slow. They're not much faster than we are when we compare with China. China, they build 10 nuclear reactors per year, and they have an efficiency that is geared towards a delivery straight away. In the US, in Europe, we don't build a lot of infrastructure, so globally we're slow. But the difference is that in the US, you have public power that would define very straightforward objectives and goals that are easy to execute. But in Europe, we would rather have regulation that would trickle down to a type of screw, and that makes everything slow down when actually the execution would be bad. There's no CO2 price in the US. Nobody says it. How about EPR2? How much time would you need to build them? In less time that we would need to repeat the question for 20 years, all right? That's a good one. That's a good one. Congrats. Hats off to you. For Airbus, there's a problem. Everybody knows that space is the 5th space of war. Tesla is really ahead of us. Is there a real political and technological will to ramp up on this subject in France or elsewhere? Is there a real project that will be determined in the months to come? For Veolia, there's 1 billion water that is scattered around. That costs 2.3 billion. Who pays the bill? The consumer, you, or the local authorities? Are you going to take measures to decrease this loss that is huge? And how much? For how much? And how fast? So you don't have much time to answer all these questions. Well, the good news is that there is a political will. The bad news, it is very fragmented. And we don't have any common European roadmap to achieve that. The competition just was launched a few years ago, and that has increased fragmentation. What I think is that Ariane 6 launch and return to a clear situation and supply to European products would actually implement a certain number of measures, and I'm the first one to say it and to suffer from it. The common roadmap is lacking. It is not on the table. It depends on political will. We need to be working together to share things and to change some things like the geo-return. The geographical return hampers competitivity, and we suffer from it. And they would rather have national policies rather than having that. So it has to get worse before it has to get better. And so we have to really reach the bottom of the bin. You know, will we be able to catch up on our delay with the US? We will see. It's not clear. It's not crystal clear yet. How about water leaks? Water leaks in France. 20% of water in networks that end up in the shape of leaks instead of at home or at the tap. That's an average which is not that bad at the European level, I'm saying. In the US, it's between 40 and 50%, between brackets. But there are cities in France where we stand at 7 or 8%, which is quite optimal, and other cities where we stand at 50%. So it's not only a mean average, but the worst should be better, should improve. There are technological solutions. There is know-how, the ones that we supply, to make sure that it costs as less as possible, because there are dummy solutions where we have to replace all the pipes, and you don't think twice about it. It's very good for public works and engineering, but it can have an impact on water bills. But we have to detect leaks as soon as they occur and change the pipe when it is needed with sensors, with AI, and this is what we're doing. That's the other solution. Last question, very briefly. Okay, hello. Can you hear me? Yeah? I have a question. Do you think, I'm actually asking this question, could we have an agreement on ecological planification for political world, but also the public, the private world, companies, the corporate world? What do you think about it? Here again, it's not only, it's not even 45 seconds. All right. This has occurred in different types and shapes. It's not that we have a lack of coordination. We have a lack of continuum in public policy, to my opinion. About the European vision in the Green Deal, more concretely, we have seen the constraints and the benefits of the Green Deal rather than delivering on the Green Deal, and we're stuck between two elections. We haven't managed to explain. In Europe, 20% of the population is in a situation where they cannot finance their energy needs. In France, we stand at 10%. So on housing, for instance, we could have, with one proactive policy, we could have better efficiency, we would have better facilities, we could have a situation when we could go through winter and summer without any problems, and we could have a convergence, but we haven't seen that convergence. 15, 20 seconds to answer to this question, which is very important for each of you. What is at stake for tomorrow's election? What is really at stake for tomorrow's election? I'm saying, what is at stake in reverse alphabetic order? Okay. There's a lot of things at stake. For a company, I would say that we should manage to define a national, to obtain a national cohesion, to keep our ambitions to develop the country in a sustainable way without fighting against another and killing one another. Thank you. For OEM business, it's billions of positive contribution to the trade balance. We have a lot of employment, a lot of innovation, and we contribute to decarbonation of world aircrafts. So we should keep our roadmap, our determination. This is not in danger. The second thing that is really essential, and I said it earlier on, is that we need to continue working amongst European countries, at least a few Europeans with the same objectives, the same means. We could actually become insignificant if we don't work together, if we want to compete against the US and China. Thank you. Thierry, what is really at stake is not to go backwards. That's one thing. And secondly, the capacity to implement this ecological planification. It was not done on its own in Matignon. We have to explain it, and we have to deploy the necessary means to reach that goal. We need to find budgetary balance. We have to explain to the ministers what they would gain from it and do that all together. Thank you, Estelle. As far as I'm concerned, we should be tangible in our ecological achievements. We shouldn't. My idea was going beyond the ecology. That's not what the population is saying. We should go back to having connections, to something tangible, to having concrete actions, especially in terms of purchasing power. And we should focus on that. Patrice, that's the last word. It should be the beginning of something else. It seems to me that I do the same job as Luc. It seems that we keep on erecting dams and borders and fences. I would like to do more, actually. I would like to build more dams, you know. If we have 1 hour to go, we could talk about it at length. It should be the beginning of something new, of a new era, and the questions that we have addressed should be at the heart of the debate that will open starting on Monday. Thank you very much for this roundtable attendance, and have a wonderful lunch.